Balls. The greatest of inventions. For they fly everywhere. Was it Charles Kaiser? Chambers. Balls. Balls indeed. As well as which. Hope everyone had a good weekend. We're just gonna do more of this. I don't know why, but my emotes don't work. That's fascinating. I've broken something. I love breaking things. The meatballs, they're good. The meat was delicious. The food, quite nutritious. The company, most scrumptious. I don't know. Something like that. Yeah, it was fun. It was a very chill day. Just sat around doing things, enjoying time as we know it. Point over there. Point over here. Point oh. Point oh oh. Is that a double wide? Is it like a flat emote that you can add to things at points? Weird. Yeah, it's offset. Okay. It is. Nice. You can make things point. Waddle on in, Frizzy. Waddle on in. I don't know why balls isn't working. Balls is like, no. You will not be balls today. Well, at least my balls ain't working. Points work. Balls, not so much. Pointing with the booty. Booty pointing. Okay, where... I don't remember where I left off. I need to kill Atom, and Atom requires me to prestige my gear. And get better gear. Probably also get some legendaries and all that stuff going. That one's permanently locked in, which is fine. Let's reinforce everything except those pieces. Okay. Ooh, stinky. Not me. Okay, so I did that already. I can scrap those. Okay, I remember this now. We have progress to make. Because I'm hoping, yeah, that I can get... I'm hoping I can get Adam down today. Because I think that will open up a lot more possibilities for the skill tree. But... I also don't know if that's going to be the case. We shall find out. It's a weird process, this reinforcement process. It's not necessarily, like, hard to do, but it is a lot of clicks to do for all your pieces of gear to essentially, like, take off, take in, reinforce, take out. What's the spy? I need to change that boot out. So I'm not going to reinforce that. That's the next thing we need to do. Get fucking clicking. No, we clicking alright. Do I go do... let's do a bit of Slorm templing, because I need to get this to 12 at some point anyway. So let's go ahead and progress here. And then... now that I have better gear, I can hopefully progress a little bit faster through here. My gear's still pretty weak in comparison to what it could be. But I think if I do 20 floors here real fast, I can do another reinforcement to my gear, and then continue on from there. Can't stop playing LE. Well, that sounds like a good time. You want that. Exciting, good, fun times. In the world of video gaming, we are slorming. We're putting our balls everywhere. The slorm is hard and real. Things are seeing our balls and flopping over. No, it's good that Epoch is getting itself into a position where people are excited to play it. Kind of treading its own course, finally. Definitely happy for them. I'd also flop over. Hell yeah. Who doesn't flop over the side of some balls? Okay. The question now is, what do I level up with Pure Slorm? Well, the defense stats, and then the, oh, that's right, the perfect stats. We're response systems. You know we do. Technically speaking, yes. I think a mob could run into my face and not take damage. But I haven't had it happen yet. Ah, fair enough, Tato, yeah. It's not gonna be for everybody for everything. That's okay. There's so many ARPGs nowadays that, you know, for a lot of the space, I would say most of it's covered. I think the space that's the least covered is like third person. That's, I probably think, the weakest ARPG spectrum right now. Gaps unfulfilled. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, yeah, there's definitely gaps. I mean, hell, in a weird way, I'm trying to fulfill my own gap in that space, because with my game, like, it may not be a true action RPG, but there's a combat style that I'm just not seeing in a lot of them, and that's kind of what I'm tinkering with myself, so yeah, there's still plenty of space for folks who are making a fire game. I was originally, and I still want to make one at some point, sometime in my life, but I don't know enough about all that stuff, so I'm learning on another game, which is making good progress. So this week I'm hoping to get most of the level generator done, which is gonna be good. At least it's bare bones version of the level generator. If I can get walls up this week, we're golden. Exactly, Kaiser. Yeah. Too many ideas, not enough time. Time to win the lottery. Make my own studio. Have them make me the games. Loot boxes. Don't worry, the game will have loot boxes. There'll be boxes that you get to loot and that has gear in it. Sadly, no Pepega cut allowed. Mimic, that's a loot box. It will not have waifus. They will actually have... Well, I don't know. I'm still baffled as to how I'm gonna fucking do a game where the player can't see, but I'll get to that point at some point. Gotcha, mimic waifus. Hell yeah. Now that's the real stuff. Cruise. Yeah, that's exactly what I need. I don't know, I'll figure it out. I have an image in my head as to how I want the game to play to look, but I don't know if it's fun to do it that way, so I'm not cementing anything until I get to the point where I can start testing it, which needs the level design to work. But I should be able to make some good progress this week, so that's the hope now. Just keep progressing. One step at a time, and then eventually I'll get something that we can actually play test to figure out what feels fun. I'm definitely more powerful than I was yesterday, which is good to see. Or the day before. The balls are doing more. Yeah, it does drift towards that. Slowly. We'll see. It does feel like transversal might become its own thing, but we'll see. Realistically, yeah, I mean, if my weird idea just ends up not being fun, then yeah, I'll just pivot. Go more traditional. And see where it goes. Nothing wrong with that. That's the whole point. To see if it can be made fun. Make it fun is the hard part, yeah. Exactly. Fun is the hard part. It does it for you. Yeah, I mean, that's eventually, yeah, if I get to the point where I have something playable, I'll just put it on Discord and anyone can give it a crack and give feedback. See how it goes. Oh, probably, cause yeah. I'm sure there's a market out there for plenty of that kind of stuff if it's done well. I think realistically, ever since like even just like Skyrim days, I think a lot of people have wanted like Skyrim combat in a dungeon crawler that was more than Skyrim's combat was, because Skyrim had pretty basic combat, and I think that demand's always been there. I don't know if it's really ever been met all that well. I don't think anyone's really done that kind of magical first-person dungeon crawler, and like, you know, I don't know if one of those like really exists that's good. Dungeon Crawler car series. People like dungeon crawlers, yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there really has been like a good. I think the first person market's the market that's like the most weakest, I would say, at the moment. I think like Fly Night, I believe, was that first person? I think that's like the most recent indie example I know. That kind of tries to go into that perspective. Wizardry series? Maybe? Wizard's a classic, yeah. Undernaut's Labyrinth of Yumi. Well, first of all, that game needs another name. Naming conventions aside, I actually don't even know what that game is. But I guess that also shows it's just also hard to find them if they do exist. You know, there's such a saturation on the Steam markets nowadays and in general that add a bit more puzzle elements. Ah, okay. Yeah, I definitely personally shy away from puzzle element balls. Mm-hmm. God, this must be the... Oh, okay, interesting. This is like, yeah, I see. But it is like turn-based and stuff. It's like a hybrid between action RPG and turn-based stuff. Squares are hallways. Yeah, I mean it's true. It's true. Then again, if you think of like Doom levels and stuff, proper old school stuff, it wasn't, you know, they're not really complex in what they do, and it is kind of just crawling through hallways, but I don't know. I guess it depends on where the focus comes from, right? Like, if the combat is the focus, if finding, you know, different... It almost feels like you just need to have enough room types. True, they do have minor puzzle solving. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's a room amount problem. A lot of them fall into just putting in corridors and hallways. And then like a, you know, big room with mobs rather than trying to fill the space with, I don't know, rooms with hidden chests but no mobs, and rooms with a scenic view, and I don't know. I don't know. I just had to see. Really, like, I'm trying to think, because I'm trying to think of a game, because like Skyrim was copy-pasted dungeons over and over and over and over again. And that's like, I don't know if the genre's really evolved from millions of copy-pasted dungeons. Ninetale. The Dragon Shaft. Drimir Runes. Yeah, kinda. Gameplay? Gameplay? I hate your trailer. Gameplay. Gameplay. Yeah, I mean it's very similar, like turn-based style stuff then. What, like, how do you, can I search on Steam? Maybe I should do that. Like there's just not like that. Not a pumpkin? Maybe. It did have a dragon shaft in it, so yes, it probably was pretty close. Dragon colors, okay. Yeah, Steam having community curated labels causes its own issue. I scored 1, beat the guy carrying. Right, cause yeah, like add a bunch of stuff, just make the thing you're doing so dense that you, yeah. There's a lot of stuff happening on my screen. Thank fuck I leveled up my trap thing. Something that could be defined as a dungeon, right? Not so much like actually being a dungeon. Your damage to at least is set to 17%. Okay. Let me see. I go to Steam. And we go... Is the dungeon colors tag for context? I mean... It is? But... Yeah, it's not... It's not the dungeon crawler... that I'm thinking about, right? Like, can I use its tags to go to other tags? Or do I have to... Why is Steam's tag search, like, the worst tag search system to, like, ever exist? Why add it and then make it impossible? I guess Dark and Darker is the closest we've gotten to, like, but that's, like, PvP extraction stuff, but... Yeah, that's a good point. That is essentially... Yeah, Mortal Sin, Fly Night, they're going into that, like, thing. Those games are closer to Doom, though. Dead Zone, Rogue, Legacy, Slormancer, yeah. Let's see, let's add in RPG and right, yeah. Hack and slash? Legacy, Steel, and Sorcery. Oh, is there viewpoint? First person. Yeah, so Mortal Sin, Darker and Darker, Barony. A deer. Dungeon Draw. Oh, yeah. Gunfire Reborn. That looks like Minecraft. I mean, I guess Minecraft is, in a way, its own thing. Yeah, Fly Night's the one I'm thinking about. More Gunfire Reborn. Fly Night I know of. Crypt Master, that's not. I mean, I guess kind of is. Hmm. That looks the closest I've seen to something akin to it. What a shit trailer. Like, all the beginning section is like nothing. I don't know. I think something that like throws me off about a lot of this stuff always. I mean, that would you should, yeah. Well, that's the thing, is like a lot of these things, a lot of these like visuals and stuff, like these kind of things don't matter. I mean, they do, but like in terms of showing off, yeah, fair enough. Honestly, for me, the thing that puts me off of like right away on this game is how much he's backtracking. Like every combat is him walking backwards. No, no, no. You gotta. Nowadays, I feel like to make good first-person combat, you gotta make it so the player can get stuck in. Was it rhetorical? Like, I think that's the thing I'm missing about so much combat right now. Is like games have become defined by this like ultra hard nature of things because of the hardness of souls. And every game right now is like, you get hit, you get one shot. And that people just don't build games that are like trying to get you to get stuck in and like stand your ground in a fight. Which I think to me is like, hey, desk back? Hell yeah. Ready for part 1. Fuck yeah. That's fine. Does it lock you into combat? Yeah. I think, like, honestly, that's kind of why I'm thinking with my own system. I might lock the player into combat to, it really is, Frizzy, I think I might honestly make it so that instead of allowing the player to, like, backtrack, you're locked into combat, because I really don't want backtracking. I'm gonna make it for some way. Slamming door shut, maybe Kaiser. Yeah, true. I'm gonna figure out some way to make it so the player doesn't backtrack. I don't know how, but I'm gonna make it. You know what I'm gonna do? A flee option? No. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna not have a key to walk backwards. Like, legitimately, the game will not have a backwards walking key. If you are walking backwards in combat, you are turning your ass around and running away from the thing that's fighting you, and you're not gonna see what it's doing. You will not be able to walk backwards. Because that's to me is what makes sense. If you're in combat and you're gonna fucking walk backwards and kite, you're turning your ass around. You're gonna look the other way. You are not walking backwards to get away from a mob and doing damage to it. No, I know, Kaiser, I know. It does feel pretty awful when games do that. You had the chance to get tripped. No, it really does feel awful when games usually do that. So no, it just like I don't know. I'm so tired of the amount of backwards walking we do in combat in games nowadays. And a big reason for that is the player's just not given enough options to stand their ground. Not be pure real-time nor turn-based. I think a hybrid approach is probably what it's kind of gonna come down to. Yeah, I mean, realistically, I think even my combat, the way I want to do combat, the system for it, kind of lends itself to a middle ground approach. So yeah, it's possible that's what I end up with. That's what causes issues, right? Well, that's true. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, maybe once combat starts, you have a stamina system, and even just walking backwards burns some of that stamina. Maybe that's a way to do it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if a player can walk backwards with essentially no problem at all, like I know some games, like shooters do this a lot, where like if you're mobile, if you're walking backwards and trying to shoot, your spray pattern is like the size of a fucking barn. So I know that that's done a lot in a lot of shooters, but it's harder to do that when you're like swinging a sword, because then it's gonna feel really fucking weird. I don't know. That's why you're bad, yes. That's exactly what it was. Definitely nothing else. But yeah, that's 100% my goal with any kind of combat system I put into my own game is I want the player to not walk backwards. I want them to have the option to stand their ground. Because I feel like it's so... Option to or forced to, either or, but I want I want the best way to play the game to get stuck in. While swinging a sword leads to hyperextending sword ranges to make sure. Using a dagger? Yeah, true. If you're walking backwards, you just like have these weird swings that don't really make good use of it. Because a lot of what happens in a lot of games, especially if you're walking backwards with a sword, is you can have the AI walk into range, swing it, and as you walk backwards, they come out, and when they try to attack you, they can't hit you. There's like a way to counter that would be then to give every enemy a lunge on their strike, but then that becomes just annoying because it's just like that just kind of glues the mob to you. Like, yeah, it forces you to stay in range, but then a lot of times they don't give you options to how to still defend yourself even in range, and then that's a problem. It's like, yeah, we'll see. There has to be ways to do it. There has to be a way to perhaps, yeah, maybe in some way, like, well, that was part of the reason I was like, maybe walking backwards like destroys the rope line that you're walking with, so you lose resources, so you don't want to walk backwards with a mob stuck on you. I was like, maybe that's the way to do it. That way, you know, you're trying to hold your ground as best you can. I think, like, a game like Kingdom Come, despite its, like, weirdness in Kingdom Come 2's combat style, that game did reward you kind of for not walking backwards to an extent, and then there was a point where it's like there was so much enemies on the screen that then it was you have to walk backwards and so that you can keep everyone in front of you so you don't get surrounded, and then that became the same problem. Big boss with double XP instead of 1 XP. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I'm sure there's ways to reward, like, the player from the player's perspective for getting stuck into combat and like not pulling out. Things like, yeah, bigger XPs, bigger damages, combo ability, things like that, where it's like not walking away from the mob gives you a bonus. You still can, but you give up the bonus. So the player, as they get more comfortable, are more wanting to stay within range and to fight. Cause yeah, I'm personally of the mindset that we have way too much backtracking nowadays, or back walking nowadays in what people consider hard games. I mean, true, yeah. People do love it. Well, the question is, you know, do people love Skyrim Skeleton Archery because it was fun? Or do they love it because it did 15 times more damage than anything else and it made you be able to one-shot everything without even worrying about anything, right? Like, if you ran in there with a two-handed flail and you did 200 damage instead of doing 20 damage, if you landed a headshot with a flail, would people go in flailing, right? Like, would it feel better if it wasn't the fact that Skyrim self-archery has a 15 times multiplier on it? So sometimes that does become a question of like, was it the playstyle or was it the numbers? Because personally, I'd much rather have the big two-handed flail and run in, tap the head, and watch the head go boom, than do the same thing with an arrow. but you know, the playstyles have to be equally like rewarding. I think Skyrim had a very bad issue of not really rewarding the other playstyles in any way whatsoever. So that in itself becomes a problem. The dual wield conjured swords? Hell yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. If the number's big enough, people will do it. No doubt about it. But it's like that's kind of the thing, right? Like it's hard to figure out what it is that when people say like, I love stealth archery in Skyrim, it's like, do you love the fact that you're doing 15 times damage, or do you actually love the playstyle? Because the playstyle is kind of ass. No, not exactly. Like magic was shit. You had to mod magic for it to be like worth doing. So it's like a lot of times I think I think a lot of times the incentive to no, 100% people do, you know, do love that playstyle as well. But I think, you know, there should still be in the sense that winning the engagement without putting themselves in danger, I think personally for me that should require the player to actively stay out of danger rather than just I stealth, I shoot, thing is dead. Because I think back to like when I used to play DayZ, like if you were good, you were not in danger, right? You could clear the town out of zombies with an axe and then take a shot when somebody walked in, but you were safe. But you had to like prep yourself to be safe. I mean, true, yes. Skyrim is a bad example. It's just the most common example. I mean, true, Bethesda games are generally, is this a remix? What the hell? Surprising. Yeah, I don't know. I just want to see. Once I get to the point where I get to start working on my own combat system, I'll be very excited to see, like, how to incentivize the combat to feel forwards moving. Yeah, we basically do. And I mean, that's honestly like why I'm trying to make my world generator do what it's doing and try to de-emphasize the kind of RPG elements of it as much. Still give you customization, but for me the combat's the thing I care about the most about. I want a certain feeling combat. Something where I you know, I have the magical shield that I can block arrows with that lets me then block them and sling them towards the mage, and while I'm, you know, attacking the sword in front of me, and like I don't know, I want combat where stuff's happening and I'm reacting to it. I think nowadays combat is so one-dimensional. Ever since the Souls boon, most combat in games has become extremely one-dimensional feeling. Wait for attack, parry and or dodge attack, swing 3 times, wait for attack. In between, press dodge roll every now and then. It's like combat's just become so metronomed. I don't want that. I want non-metronome combat. But maybe it's extremely hard to make. Maybe it's, I don't know. I don't know why we don't see more of it. But I'll figure that part out. I innovate when old sells. Maybe. No, it probably is, yeah. It probably is less than I think. Maybe people do want the basic combat with the rest of the world doing what it does. I don't know. I guess I'm personally, I mean, once again, any game I'm making it personally for myself, so in that case it is just me wanting a specific type of combat, a specific type of play experience. You know, it's the same with when I talk about my pirate game idea, right? Like, I want my cannons to be affected by the waves, because then it makes me miss if I fire at the right crest of the wave versus the wrong crest. It's like, most people don't want that. Most people do not want their ships aiming cannons moving with the waves of the ocean, making them miss. But I do. I wanna time my shots in a way that feels good. And so I'm fully aware that I'm designing things for my, include shipping on the, I mean, hell yeah. Longer the fight goes on, especially if it's rainy weather. Hell yeah. It really is, Kaiser. It's surprising, like, the fact that still pretty much there's 3 contenders for what is essentially the pirate games. Sid Meier's Black Flag, and fuck it, what is the multiplayer one? Why am I blanking? How's it called? Big multiplayer pirate game one with PvP. How am I fucking this up? I don't know, my brain stopped working. It did it right, yep. Back in the day, people did it right. Now water is a flat plane that you are moving on. Like, it's super obvious once you start noticing it, which is really annoying, because then you notice it in every fucking thing, like you're saying. As someone who absolutely loves having water actually, like, affect things in the environment, it's so annoying that everyone has just made water into a flat plane. It is not a flat plane. The whole point of being on water is because it moves up and down and affects things. That's what water is supposed to be about. That's what makes it interesting versus a flat road. But everyone's just been like, ah, flat plane, nice and easy. Like, no, you stupid people. Still, someday, if I win the lottery, I'm gonna make a studio just to make my own pirate game. Never seen non-flat water. Too bad. No, Warships doesn't do it either. Warships is a flat plane. World of Warships basically uses World of Tanks control system, except instead of tank controls, they just make it on ground. Like, there is currently, as far as I know, only the multiplayer game that I can't remember the name of that has, like, any kind of buoyancy to it in terms of, like, visual stuff. But even that, I don't think affects combat in any way. Sea of Thieves? Is that the name of the game? I think so. I think that one uses buoyancy for visual effect, but it doesn't use it for any kind of physical effect. That's the multiplayer one. Yeah, that's what it is. But yeah, it's like water is in gaming nowadays just a flat plane. Water is a flat plane. Absolutely does nothing for the actual world itself. But it is what it is. Maybe it's a computational thing. Maybe it's extremely difficult nowadays to synchronize the two calculations together or something. I don't know. I don't know why we don't see games doing it more. Like, there must be a reason, but I don't have a fucking clue. I don't have a clue as to what it would be, or why it would be. But someday somebody will make one. And I will be excited. Someday somebody will. Or someday I will. If I must go that hard on it. I mean, hell, my current project is teaching me a lot of things, so I'm glad I switched over to this one and started learning here, because who knows? They may all carry over to the same thing someday. Instead of doing a hex grid, at the end of this thing I just changed my generator to be Ocean Shader, and onwards to pirate games we go. Who knows? Who knows where life will take us? Okay. Arr, I be a blind pirate. I took a hook to the both eyes. And it's still there, I can feel it in my bones. The old no eyes pirate. Who knows? Who knows? Alright, I need to prestige my gear. I have balls for boats. Yes. That's exactly what I'm claiming. That's where he lost them. He lost his bones. He became no bones Greg. You just hear about a dude who, like, throughout the story you hear about how he lost both his eyes to a hook. And how he talks about he can still feel it in his bones, and then at the end of the game, you see a visual and it's just the hook, like the pirate hook arm thing is just still hanging from his eye sockets. He's like, no wonder he can still feel it, it's still attached. Just got a hole through the front of his head with a hook hanging from it. That'll be a grim fucking sight. That'll be one hell of a grim sight. Quite an impactful tone. Okay, so this difficulty level is fine. I can probably even go up one higher. Just to speed up the process. Well, I want to basically be at where I'm one-shotting everything anyway. As long as I'm doing that, I'm essentially going as fast as I can. Thanks, Marlo. My ears were slightly asleep. Gotta love some noise. Oh, it's one of the ones that keeps spawning. Spawn slightly quicker there, game, please. If you could. actually a weird one. Usually they do spawn pretty quick, but there they like pulsed out. Odd. Okay, I need to upgrade a couple more pieces, and I need to see if I need to, I guess, level them up to 100, but then I need to divine them all. I don't know if I want to do that yet. I don't really have any reason to. Yeah, not yet. Okay, do this. Dang it, Marlo. Calm down with the umps. Yeah. I don't normally mind that song, but it's a little annoying when it happens constantly. 2 books. Now, oh, I was like, where the hell did I get 67s? But that's because the Slorm temper levels I'm at right now are that low in comparison to where I actually am. That's crazy. Okay. What do you do? Oh, minion build. Interesting. Not what I'm looking for, but interesting. Okay. Wasn't there a way to level up? Hold on. Nope. Remember there being a way to, like, level up gear. Who did that? Was it the other guy? Sell buyback fragments. Oh. What do you do? No, no. What do you do? Oh, no. Okay, so those are just respecs. Speed respecking. Was it here? Yeah, upgrade autumn level. What does this do? That levels it up by 1. Okay, yeah, you definitely don't want to level those up over and over again. I guess for the rest of the stuff you could. Yeah, these are high enough. Close enough, I mean, to make it worth it. But not my other thing there. Okay. That was slightly expensive, but that's fine. I'll get those back. Oh wow, I can make a fuck ton of this stuff. Oh, never mind. That stuff I can make a fuck ton of. Okay. If I need to level it up, I can. That's not a problem. Good shit. Alright, let me go boost the potential. Yeah, I really wish there was an easier way to do this. Do, 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 do. I don't know what level I have to get my gear to really start seeing a boost from it. So how much more power am I getting when I do that kind of stuff? What did my crit go to? I gain no crit. Okay. So I'm getting like other things like HP and stuff. I see. Okay. Alright, can we do 5? Or is 5 too high? Five seems fine. Yeah, most things still die pretty quickly here. I mean, realistically, yeah, I just need to figure out what the top end I can get to is. I need to... Really, I need to heavily start working on getting, like, good pure gear. After I get this set of things done. But I don't necessarily know, other than like the Elder or the Pure Slorm upgrades for stuff from the Elder Temple, if there's really any way that I can modify my chances of getting that stuff in terms of pure gear, so I probably need to focus mostly on that. Let's see. Off. Forge for the extra black hole. That's what I was meant to go do. I wonder if I could do Forge 5, or is it too high?
Impressive, Challenger.
In Hollow Knight, Zot the Mighty has 57 precepts including such amazing revelations like mothers will always betray you and eggshells are brittle.
That's a lot of revelations. What a wise lad that is indeed. Thanks so much for the 57 months, CM. Appreciate you sticking around, giving us the facts. That is, that's another game that did not make you back down. Definitely gets you stuck in. I guess Metrovania games are pretty good at not having you backtrack, yeah. Gotta love the stupid number packs. Great way to know time is progressing. Silk Sun isn't real. Yeah, true. They do lock you in a room, so no backtracking once you're stuck in. They get you stuck in. This is true. That's the very first thing. They knew it before the game even released. They made their character know that it isn't real. It's always just been a meme. From the very beginnings of existence. Hell yeah. Well, that was certainly a mix of mixes that were mixed. Not necessarily my my favorite of his mixes, that's for sure. Was a lot more noise than typically. But it's okay. Gotta have some noise every now and then, I guess. People do love the wubs. People do love the wubs. I don't actually know how much I need for doing Forge 5. Slorm wise. The wubs are critical. Yep. That's how you get the people moving. You bring on the wubs. Bring on the wubs. Yeah, I'm gonna try. I got like 1200. That should be enough, I think. If I go to the next boss, then I can try a Forge 5 and see if I'm capable of doing it. Because I really want to get the Meteor Rune. Just to see. Just to see if it combos with this thing. Because if it is actually a 6th or a 4 and 6 balls, then that'll be huge for me in terms of overall power. Just 50% more damage right off the top is massive. But I have no idea if it actually combos with my current setup in any way, or if it's just like an extra meteor. Or an extra black hole, I mean. We'll see, we'll see. What's up, Nieces? Going alright? Going alright? Just chilling. Watching my balls spin. The usual shenanigans. That's all good. All good, all good. Don't you worry about it. Life comes first. That's just how it be. That's just how it be. Yeah, hopefully this week I get the walls up in my generator. Because then I have dungeons. Oh yeah. That'll be a good time. Oh, you might know the answer to this, actually. I've seen a lot of tutorials claim that you don't want to change the scale of the player controller from its, like, default scale because it fucks up the physics system. Is that, like, true, or... like, can I shrink my player down by 50%? Or do I have to make my entire world, like, way bigger? Because I was just going to use, like, the small tiles and shrink the player down, because there's not much visually going on with the player anyway. But I keep seeing tutorials saying that I shouldn't shrink my player down, and I have no idea if that's, like, just some weird mumbo jumbo people are saying, or if there's like actually a reason that I shouldn't just use a tiny player. What are you saying? Just said the capsule's half-life plus radius. Okay. Perception issue. I have no idea. I just like everyone says just like don't shrink the player model. I'm like, okay. But okay, yeah, that's fine then. I figured that was just kind of, I don't know, maybe there's like a full reason for it, but I don't know. It was just a weird thing I kept seeing in multiple tutorials of people talking about this, like shrinking the player size down breaks the physics engine and you won't control your character correctly. I was like, that doesn't sound like it makes any sense at all, but okay. But yeah, I figured it's just settings you can adjust, yeah. So, alright, cool. Yeah, I'm just gonna... It's just easier this... Okay, that makes sense, yeah. I get it in that sense, yeah. Fair enough, fair enough. Someone fucked up a comment. I mean, yeah. I was watching one tutorial today, while I was eating that was talking about, like, one of the ways that I could do wall generation. The feelings of weight to movement might feel off. Okay, so maybe they do come with something, then, yeah. But I mean, those should be tweakable values, right? Like, worst case scenario. So, maybe they're just trying to make, like, a baseline thing. But I did see one tutorial today who was like, sorry, he literally says in his tutorial, sorry if I'm over explaining things, I can't learn from tutorials because a bunch of them don't explain things, so I'm just gonna over explain. If you know what this stuff is already, just skip ahead. I was like, I like this guy. He's literally in the tutorial being like, I will over explain things because no one over explains things to me, so I'm over explaining things to you. I was like, yes. Yeah, actually, like, you know, actually providing information. I was very surprised. I was like, holy shit. Somebody actually knows to explain why he's doing something and not just saying, oh, don't worry about this. We're just gonna do this. It's like, okay, sweet. This guy a world to be larger. Gotcha, okay. That's fine. I mean, I think in my case, I could just make my hexes be 50 times bigger if I really care to, like, if I need to. And then just the math would pretty much solve itself because it's already the height of the hex divided by... no, it wouldn't actually. I'd have to add a scalar value to my hexes because I hard-coded in the height of the hex and I didn't have the calculation doing the square root over and over again because that was really bad for performance. I was like, oh yeah, I was taking the square root of 3, and I was like, no, I'm just gonna hard code that number. Because having the thing take the square root of 3 every single time was, it was not liking that. Yeah, I just had to do that by hand, that's fine. Tweak some math, that's okay. That's okay. Hashing values? Right, yeah, I figured as much. Because yeah, some stuff really doesn't need to be done over and over again. Because every time I was tiling, I would be taking the square root of 3 for every tile. And the moment I did, like, I want 250 tiles, it was like... It did not like doing that in, like, one tick. Should probably buffer that, but it was just funny because the moment I typed in the square root of 3 as like an actual number, I was like, alright, we're good now. It's like, okay, cool. Yeah, it's just weird fucking things I'm slowly learning. Which, nah, like, square roots are notoriously bad for anything. Computers don't exactly love the square root. It's not hard, but it's just computationally sometimes it could be an absolute nightmare for them, so... Less times you have to square root of things, the better, from what I've learned. But yeah, hopefully this week I can get walls up, and then I can actually like walk around from ground floor and like see what my game looks like from the ground, which will be cool. Some local black magic, fuck yeah. Yeah, I'll be excited when I get walls up, just to be able to like press generate level and then walk around it, just to see what it feels like. Ah, okay, that makes sense then, yeah. Gotcha. Okay, I'll keep that in mind next time then. In that case, I can probably just have it dynamically take, or like actually take the measurement of the height of the hex, and then in case I do scale them up, they would always be correctly done. But that's something for later on. But I could probably just do that then if I can have the thing do the square root just fine. It performs by caching stuff before a loop. Gotcha. Okay, good to know. I'll have to keep that in mind. I'll have to keep that in mind then. Yeah, I mean at this point, whatever gets me the roughest version of this thing, just to try out, walk around in, put a mob into, swing a sword at it. That's what I need to do. That's what I need to get at too. That's the way it's, yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, like something like the square root of 3, you know, like there's no point in doing it multiple times because it's the square root of fucking 3. So having the math do that over and over again makes no sense. That's okay. We'll get some modifiers modified. And chances are good I have to do a whole lot more moving stuff around anyway. Right now they're all kind of just slapped together into specific 2 files, 3 files that I have them in, so putting things in different places would probably be not the worst idea. Also, when I get to the point where I want to start actually testing the player character, I probably need to figure out how to save a world state, so I don't have to keep loading a new procedural map every time I want to move the character around. So that's another thing I probably have to tackle at some point. I just realized. I was like, wait a second. I don't know if I want to wait for my procedural generation to happen every single time. Then again, I don't need the whole map to spawn if I'm just testing player stuff, so. Always just shrink down the amount I make, but no, I gotta save the level layout at some point anyway. That's a thing I gotta figure out how to do. I'm sure it's not too complex. I'm sure it'll be fine. Whole lot of stuff to learn still. But it is funny how much easier it is just to learn this stuff by simply just making it. Instead of like bothering with the tutorial or anything, I'm just like, I'm just gonna make this thing. Just fucking start at the edge and just make it. The square root of 3. I mean, it might. Some of that quantum shit going on, all of a sudden the square root of 3 is the square root of 4. I mean, stream when. I mean, I open up the game every now and then on stream just to show off where I am. But right now I'm not doing anything that's like that fancy, it's just tutorial stuff. But probably later on in the project, yeah, once I'm at the stage where I'm like actually adding in enemies and tweaking attack patterns and trying to figure out like special rooms and stuff like that. Like once I have like the bare bones done, and especially if I'm asking for feedback from you guys playtesting it or from Discord and stuff, then yeah, I'll probably end up doing stuff on stream just because it's like, let's tweak this value, see how it feels, tweak this value, see how it feels. What? You have 13,000 Reaper damage. Reaper damage is equal to 46% of your raw damage. Raw damage is no longer added to the skill damage. What the fuck does that mean for me? Where is my skill damage, elemental damage, raw damage? We are pretty close to losing what that says. That makes... I lose all my skill damage. It just makes me lose... Okay, so because this doesn't use Reaper damage, it might remove performance cost of something like present. Oh yeah, 100%. I'll need to do a lot of that. Yeah, I will. I will have to figure that out. I know the way that like some games do it is just like turn off animations and stuff like that until you get within sphere radius of stuff, and all that. Like basically just have them standing in the world waiting until like a sphere overlaps them and turns them back on. Which I don't know. I might be the way I do it in mine. But, yeah, I definitely need to think about that if I fill the entire world up with mobs right away. Because it might get a bit spicy when there's so many things going on. No doubt. Oh, yeah, no. That stuff is gonna put my shit at a crawl at a point, no doubt. So yeah, I definitely will get to uncross that bridge because it will be a problem at some point. Straight up, you are very much correct. Very much correct. What's this? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Combat's my major thing, as I was talking about earlier, but I'm just like, I'm so tired of every game having the player backtrack in combat, like walk backwards. And my main goal with combat is to make the player be stuck in. Like you are not walking backwards. I want you to actively hold your ground and fight. I don't know how I'm gonna do that yet, but that's the thing. Tank controls truther. I'm gonna take off the fucking S key so you can't walk backwards. You played one-way heroics? I don't think I did, no. Storm's terrifying, holy shit. Oh really, Kaiser? What the fuck? It's an okay game, is it? Bind S explode. Hell yeah. That's the fucking way to do it. Not like legit. That's like, yeah, I want the player to, if they're gonna walk back away from the mob, you have to turn around. I do not want people being like, I'm gonna fight this thing, and then like fucking walk backwards like this all day. That's not combat. It's just you backtracking, because your AI doesn't do anything to fucking kill you. One-way heroics. What? Wait, do I know this game? Oh, is it? Wait, what? You die if you reach the edge of the screen? Oh, you do. Holy shit, that's funny. Okay, I've seen a similar game to this. You have to move forward, otherwise you die. That's amazing. Literally took off the S key. Oh, that's great. There is no move back, only move forward. Your entire universe. Reverse weeping angels. Fuck yeah. Retreating and scouting? Dude, yeah, that's actually a pretty awesome idea. Like, straight up. It's 69% off. I mean, yeah, 100%. I think that's an awesome idea for a game. It does look like an old video, yes. But yeah, it's like I love the idea of having a game. Yeah, true. I mean, retreating from battle is different than what a lot of games are doing nowadays, where you literally are just walking backwards at the beginning of combat for every combat. Yeah, retreat is you're actively trying to get out of combat. Yeah, Poe, Dark Souls, Elden Ring, fucking pretty much every game I've played recently, they all do it. All combat in those games is I will walk backwards now. Well, Elden Ring is a little different because Elden Ring is just walk in circles. But same idea. I played Poe 2 recently. Well, fair enough. Like, I don't know, combat nowadays just bothers me. I don't want combat that has me walking backwards. Like moving cost turns. I mean, honestly, yeah. In combat, anything you do is stamina. So if you walk backwards, you lose stamina. If you walk backwards too far, you can't block an attack. You just get punched in the face. Thus, you don't get to move backwards unless you feel like getting punched in the face. The problem is, like I said, the problem for me with a lot of things like that, like the stamina system, is that's punishing the player rather than rewarding them for staying stuck in. Like, I would rather try to figure out a way to, like, reward the player standing their ground than punishing them from walking away. Because, like, I understand that the instinct is to walk away. Because something dangerous is coming at you, you want to back away from it. But you want to incentivize the player to stand their ground. Yeah, momentum combat system, like combo system, could definitely do it. Like, you know, if as long as you don't move, you get like a damage multiplier. So as long as you're willing to stand your ground and block and shield and maybe even take a hit, maybe you know you can take a certain amount of hits, and hitting it doesn't reset your like combo system. But if you stand your ground and don't move, you keep up your combo going constantly as you hit and parry and cast spells. It goes higher and higher and higher, and you do more and more damage. But if you move, it resets. Who knows? You have reduced or no movement to prep for a parry or block. Yeah, that could, like, that kind of stuff is like you want to make it so that it's the player is being rewarded for choosing not to move. Because then the player is gonna actively be the one going, if I don't move now, I could do a little bit better. You know, I can take this hit. You start learning what hits you can take, how many hits you can take, all that stuff. And it's a lot more exciting to do combat when you have that kind of thing going on, so. The longer you hold block, the more effective it is. Yeah, maybe. Like, if you hold shield, like, you take less and less damage from holding the shield rather than, like, if you just put it up real quick. Yeah. . 'Cause, 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 When the enemy comes at you. I mean, yeah. No, but like legitimately, like that could be a way. It's like if you don't move your ground, your blocks are more effective, your parries are stronger, your damage is overall better, or you know, whatever it is. The coward bar. Fleeing from combat. I mean, there, seeing as my game may have like Eldritch themes to it, then yeah, you know, maybe there is like a sanity bar that drains if you run away from creatures, because you're losing your like ground against the insanity of the world around you. So you lose. Yeah, exactly. You're losing confidence in yourself. Thus, you're getting weaker against the world. Maybe holding your ground is how you keep your bar up, and you know, you have that going. That's possible. Who knows? I mean, I don't right now, honestly, nothing is a bad idea. There is every possibility that any of these things become what it is. You have +3 to critical strike damage and sister on a crit chance. Oh, this thing. It's on the word retired onto the screen. Oh, that'll be funny. Yeah, maybe. It's not being able to do combat. Yeah, straight up, man, straight up. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what it ends up being, but I know... I just know... I want to reward the player for standing their ground in some way. In fear, you fled into the darkness and died. I mean, hey, that's a good line. If you keep retreating too much and that's how you die... You fled into the darkness and died. Hell yeah. Like straight up, that's not a... to cruise. Straight up, it's not a bad way to do it. It's actually, like honestly, it's not a horrible way to... New big bad is you. Get sued by Warner Brothers for using the Nemesis system. No, like that could be a legit mechanic. Yeah, like maybe you're able to rail. Different type of game. Maybe you're able to lay down track depending on how much confidence you have. And if you could retreat from too many combats or run away from too many things, you stop being able to like lay down track. Lay down some track. Gonna work that hot iron. No, true. I know, guys. Thankfully, it's not that close to the Nemesis system. Like, you really do have to be hyper specific with what it is. At least judging from the pattern. I don't know how badly Warner Brothers wants to go after people, but from reading the pattern, yeah. Yeah, it's not. It details server infrastructure and how you do callbacks to different elements within the server to assess like whether or not the player has done like theirs is extremely specific. I'm thinking of if you die. I'm thinking of you die from darkness, but in combat only light is the enemy. Oh, maybe. I mean, yeah, there is a lot of cool ways that you could weave in, like standing your ground. I mean, true, yeah. I ain't gonna be sold. I ain't gonna be sold if I sell 5. No, I ain't gonna be sued if I sell 5 copies. Oh dang, we cracked the code. You roll to see if your character actually escaped the dungeon. Oh, fair enough, Dylan. Yeah. But yeah, that's gonna be like my. That's like my goal is figure out a way to incentivize the player to not walk away, to hold their ground. No, Fiverr Warner Brother. God damn. Got him interested right away. Got him on the hook. Maybe it's faster than you. Well, you still do it though, right? Like all Po2 system does is make it so you want to be faster than the mob, or you know, because you're still backtracking. You're just casting off screen. Like it's the same thing. It's a problem. It's a solution to a problem that they're not fixing. How it's supposed to be is like, Ice Nova is actually an Ice Nova that freezes enemies in place and doesn't have a cast time, so you can press it as a button to fucking, you know, save yourself in a situation, and it like actually always freezes. That way you do have the ability to like press button, hold ground, fight stuff in a proper way, rather than like, I'm gonna run away from everything. What? And then they need to add like 27 different ways to do Ice Nova that isn't just Ice Nova, you know. Right, exactly. Like they have to like make it so they hold their ground, like literally, or like are stuck in the ground. As a knockback, I think it does. Yeah, it's like because you knock them back and they just still just run at you all the same. It's not enough. It has to, you know, you like legitimately have to freeze things in place. So yeah. It's a whole thing. Yeah, it's knockback. Not very effective. Yeah, I hope they don't. I'll be honest. I'm still in the camp that I think it is wrong to be able to cast and move. I think it makes combat at first feel smoother, but I think it takes a lot away from the combat. It takes away the choice of standing your ground, making the active choice of where you're going. All of that goes away. So I hope that we don't get cast while moving in Po 1, personally. Right, yeah. If you put the player at risk, it's really hard to do that when the player can move. Especially at Po 1 speeds. If you're able to move at Quicksilver speeds while casting, dude. Fundamentally changes combat. Yeah, 100%. Like I personally think it's for a very different type of game. I don't think it works in a game where you want to defensively have options where the player needs to like disengage and do stuff like that, because the player is able to do it while moving. Brand recall while moving, yeah. Like it's a, well, we'll see what they do, but I do not personally think it's a good idea. Because I think I mean, true. Well, hopefully they don't. But we'll see. Depends on how their implementation works. I don't know. Cause like I would be fine if it was WSAD and then when you cast you are locked in place. Then yeah, it's fine. That's perfectly okay for me. And then you get a stuttering problem. Yeah, well, that's also true. Everyone just stutter steps nonstop. I mean, that's what I already do, but just with a mouse. I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do. We'll see. We'll see what their idea is. I'm sure they'll. I'm sure they'll have an idea for it. What their idea is, no idea. I'm sure they'll have one. Right, and he says, yeah, no, 100% it is. It's like, well, even in the closed, you know, I tell this story a lot, but even when I got flown out to LA to play test the console one, when I told Jonathan, it's like, by the way, the game's like really easy with dodge roll. I didn't die one time at all. He like looked at me shocked. He's like, no one's ever said that. Like, no one has said the game's been too easy. Like, you're the first feedback we've gotten that the game is too easy. Like, what did you do? It was like, I just played with minions and rolling magma. He was like, huh. And it was just one of those moments where it's like, okay. No being first. Well, it's like, it depends. Like, the thing is, like, how much the experience of the people they've had to play the game out so far probably wasn't at, like, the across the board the levels. So it's like when you put it in the hands of someone who's, you know, exactly, yeah. It's like when you put it in the hands of someone that it works for in their head, it might be extremely easy. But that doesn't mean it's going to be easy for everyone. It's just like my experience. I'm like, oh yeah, this is extremely easy. And he's like, what? I think other careers, Brad. Oh no, not other careers. Just like, I just locked in with a playstyle that made it extremely easy for me to do, right? Like, I had minions as taking my aggro, and I was casting spells. Like, that in itself was probably one of the first times anyone's been able to do that combination from, like, the full creator spectrum. Because it's like, that was the first weekend of that. Yeah, there might not be a good solution. That is true, Kaiser. That is true. And in the end, they might have to make some changes to something, but we'll see. Mouse clicking and precision dodging? Yeah, true. Rubber banding mechanics are a thing? True, yeah. It's a hard balance to strike. Has been dying more time than video games overall. I mean, 100%. I die a fuck ton in games. Like, look at how much I die in, like, an insane run of Terraria or doing the Expedition 33. But, like, the reality is I play on stupid difficulties with, like, self-made, you know, rules on them sometimes. And it's like, yeah, it probably does overall make me more acceptable to doing stupid shit. Left joystick when we get mouse inventory. Oh yeah, true. We're just decreasing. Oh no, the 100% chamber. Like, the thing is, like, having now done the no dodge, no parry run, that game is a fucking joke if you play with parry and dodge. Like, at least with the no dodge, no parry, I had to, like, think about what I was doing. If I went back and, like, played with dodge and parry, especially if I just played with dodge now, I could be like half asleep and beat that game. Like, it's extremely easy now. I mean, honestly, yeah, I will agree there. Like, I'm tired of games just trying to kill the player so hard. Like, I think the idea that the time to kill in games is now like sub half a pixel is fucking stupid. Like, it's no longer difficult. It's just like, will you die? Will you not? Will you learn what killed you? Will you press the button at the right time? It's like, you don't really, like, stay in a fight longer than a fraction of a fart for the most times in most games nowadays. Was it Fitabits? Running down the entire clip and would give you a damage boost. Oh, okay, so you don't, like, reload. Right. Yeah, no, I mean that's a good way to do it, Nieces. Huh. Hmm. Huh. I mean, honestly, yeah. I do like Monster Hunter. F. Mushrooms. Yeah, fair enough. What else is in here? There's also Diablo stuff. Cool. Yeah, I'll definitely end up watching that off stream. That looks like a fun watch. Looks like a fun watch. Didn't notice. I mean, yeah. Cause yeah, I like 100%. Even in designing my own stuff, like explaining stuff to you guys about my own idea. Like, I realize while I'm saying it that this is not gonna be for everybody. Like, straight up, when I'm like, this is how I wanted to play, I'm like, I probably think most people will not like that as a playstyle. So, like, I'm fully aware of that. Like, while I'm describing things, I'm like, yeah, that's probably just a me thing. So I'll probably end up putting in the me thing and then figuring out if I can make it a way that it works for most people thing. But yeah, that'll be interesting. I haven't roasted you enough. Oh no, I've been roasted enough, like a marshmallow. But it is one of those things where, like, I the way I like combat to feel is probably not the way the general player base wants combat to feel. Or maybe more people do want it to feel that way. I don't know. It's hard to know. It's hard to know because I don't know a game that does it yet. So yeah, that'll be fun to figure out someday. Someday I'll figure it out. I'll see if I'm crazy or not crazy enough. I wonder what their general consensus is for, like, draw pattern combat. Like, if you do a, like, let's say your combat screen is like here, right? This is the combat area. And then you have, like, an enemy, you know, attacking you. Let's say you have this grid space here. I'm like trying to think how this would look. say this is your grid space, right? And if an enemy is attacking you from like this grid here, like the enemy's attack is coming from here, and they are, let's say they are like a white sword here. That's the enemy's attack. And to do combat against them, you have this grid where you can like draw lines and stuff, right? So your attack starts in the center and you go, and you have like a moment to draw. Let's say the attack starts, symbols come up on the screen, and you have like a second to draw the pattern. So you start in the center, you go, I'm going to parry that, I'm going to swing low, and then go for a sweep. And then it cues that attack pattern. You go swing, you're going to parry that, swing low, cue for the sweep. And then the next attack starts off here. And the enemy then, you know, goes, I'm going to attack in this quadrant, and I'm going to shield this quadrant. So then you have to go, I'm going to attack here, but if you can't go through here because then you get shield blocked here. Because they're like shielding this zone. Oops. So like if an enemy were to do if an enemy was going to shield this area, attack this area, and shield this area, then the only way for you to like stop them from doing damage to you would be to start in here and go this way. Because if you went through either of these quadrants, your attack would stop. So you have to like really quickly like figure out the attack pattern. I don't know how that would work in principle. Because it would be... I don't know. I feel like it would almost be too easy then. Like it just comes down to like drawing... Like it takes away from the... like... Because you couldn't really do anything else in a combat system like that. It'd be a very... I don't know, it would be a very simple combat system, but necessarily that's not a bad thing. Not for my game, but... No, I think I've seen games that... I've done similar things. I just don't know if I can think of any off the top of my head. I think Okami did something similar. I can't remember Okami's battle system now. But yeah, now because now the more I think about that system, it does become just essentially Simon Says, but with like visuals, because it's just like bum 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 bum, different orders that you have to press and not press, which then makes it kind of... I do wonder if you go, Pray some drawing one of their divine powers. That's what it was, yeah. It uses that kind of drawing system. DDR fights. That's kind of what it comes down to then, yeah. I wonder if you could like splice in... I mean, realistically, I do wonder if it would be then... Like if you... Because this kind of grid system is very similar to like Kingdom Comes, right? Because you've got like the bracket this way, the bracket this way, you've got the central thing, you've got the top hit, and then you've got like the two on the bottom, right? Like that was their system, where this is like a stab and then these are the side hits and stuff like that. I'm not looking at what I'm picking, but I'm just clicking things. But yeah, I probably should focus on things. So it is kind of similar to this kind of grid thing, but I think it does look like a stick figure, yes. But I think I think Kingdom Come's problem was it locked you into too much to that system. If you had... If, like, this was your... Sword. Could you use a system like this while still being in, like, first-person combat? Like, could you... How could you... I don't know the control system would be. Because if left click is like swing... Could you like... Could it be that when you click in the center, you can like drag into a direction that like changes the drag of your swing? So like if you click in the center, you drag upwards, you're gonna swing into like the upwards quadrant. So if there's like an attack coming from the upwards quadrant, you could parry it if you're swinging upwards. But you have to like click and drag. I wonder if you could do that. I wonder how weird that would feel. Huh. This is beyond the test? Yes. Wait, what was my thing? Oh no, that was a one-time only thing. It doesn't stay activated the whole time, so no, it doesn't matter. I wonder if that would work. I wonder if you could do like a drag. Wow, what the fuck? Just... Oh, I got chilled. Okay, no stacking chill on these mobs. That's my tenacity. 65%? I got chilled that much? Holy shit. Well, the gameplay was like, but not... Yeah, that's the hard part sometimes. I wonder if like a drag combat system has been made like that. I'm trying to think if I've ever played a game that did that. I know Kingdom Come like locks you into its like reticle system. And then you choose like the direction of the attack. Chivalry did the same, and so did the War of Roses, but none of them use like a drag system that I can remember. At least not off the top of my head. I'm trying to think if there's ever been a game that uses like a drag directionality for where you're swinging to. I want to announce the new feature. Oh shit. No, I didn't see. What's the new feature? Daggerfall has a dragger? Does it? They love the dragging, huh? What's new? Pausing. Hi, Mark. Shit. So we're getting pausing, huh? All right. Pausing's in. I'm down with that. I love me a good pause. Does make it nice to just, like, you know. Balls, will they really pausing when you have, like, the death screen already there, your HP is still up, and be like, I am dead, but I'm not! The game says I have HP! Yeah, who knows? Depends on how they implemented the solution, I guess. But no, that is funny. If you're lagging, you'll pause. I guess there, you know, overall it means, like, if you really spike up to, like, 20,000 or something. Because otherwise, yeah, it could be like pause, unpause, pause, unpause, pause, unpause, pause, unpause. It was a big win. Yeah, it was revolutionary. No, it's like, realistically, for having the ability just, like, to take a phone call or whatever you need to do. Fucking use the bathroom or something real quick. Yes, for the cheese. Pause the instance on the server. Just the command sent out that says pause, and you're like, oh, I will. I'm here to get the rune to see if it gets the buff from the staff. The staff is the one doing the Giga ones. If I can get the rune and it actually gives you the staff buff to those balls as well, and I have 6 of the Mega Balls, that's gonna be some big stuff. But I don't know if it works in combination with the staff. It may not. I don't know. I didn't read it. The primordial version of the staff gives you these, which are like the Giga ones. I did not read to see if it has the ability to interact or be equipped while you have the staff equipped. Drown them in balls. Yep. Balls everywhere. Because yeah, the staff is the one doing this. So the 2 black holes orbit me. If you're at 50 mana, they deal increased damage and travel for larger and faster. And then if you're at 50 mana, you get 4 of them. And then the primordial version is if you're at 50 life, they create those small ones that come off of them based off your skill mastery. That's why I'm at 50-50 life and mana. But I don't know if that combos together with the rune. I don't know if the rune says, like, can't wear at the same time as the staff or anything like that. Can't recover life or mana, made you quit. They do like they're turning off their recovery. Yes. Goes back to that adage of, you know, how do you kill the player if the player has X? And in this case, how do you kill the player if the player has insane regen? It was a henty game? Hell yeah. I mean, usually, yeah, they do experiment with some interesting contact mechanics in those. So not super surprising to hear that one of them would be one to go down that road. Oh, the shield, a glow shield. It's the glowing yellow orb thing with the runes and stuff. You can get like a fuck ton of yellow life orb thing. $35K alive. Holy shit. Can I get some of that life, please, sir? What generated that much life for you? Is it just like the way you were spec'd? Or is there something I'm missing? Because I have like nowhere near that amount of HP. Urine tree. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I might have to figure out how the hell I gear this guy out. I don't really know yet. It's kind of a weird setup. It's kind of an odd setup. Yeah. Yeah, no, I just have a gray bar. Is that life in mass life? Yeah. Well, besides my shoulders, but everything else is 100. Yeah, I just got here. To auto level 100 gear. Also, all my gear has to be like remade. Oops, clicked the wrong thing. Okay, I gotcha. Sounds good then. Yeah, I figured it's just upgrades is what I need right now. I'm just kind of in a weird pickle because I have to reserve 50% of my HP, so. Killing Adam, though, I think will actually help me a lot in terms of, like, flexibility, but I need to get there. I can kill him right now, it just take forever, so I'm just waiting before I do him. No, it's a... Oh, yeah. Can't open that one on stream. Yeah, I'd love to take on Adam. Because I think it would open up so much more possibilities for me, but I'm not entirely sure if it will, but I hope it will. I'm hoping it will. Saving the H, yeah, fair enough, fair enough. I mean, for me, this build is so similar to my Auto Bomber Frostbolt build from Crucible that I'm just like, I want to play. I want to keep going. Hopefully. I do. Yeah, I need to. Well, I guess I just keep going until I get the rune. That's all there really is to it. Just needs to keep going. Yep. That's a lot of bounces. That one's free. Just one mod. Huh. I guess I'll find out when I get there myself. Because I'm assuming I'm gonna have the same problem as you. I have even less HP than you do though, but gotcha. Seeing, dodging and stuff, right? I mean, I can't really see shit. But yeah, I am mobile, so. Goes for evasion or armor or both. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what the hell I stack. I can see more than you got. Shit. Scary. That's quite the thing then. Legendary. .92 dodge chance. Damn. Yeah, that would be good. Nope. What do you do? Okay. Armor is stagger than originally. Yeah, I think Barrage mentioned stagger would be the way that I would be able to maybe get around to defensively doing stuff to myself. Stagger would kill you afterwards. Ouch. Yeah, I'm a little weird because I don't have the ability to Ancestral Strike, so if I do have Stagger, I will not be able to remove Stagger. I'll just have to, like, eat it. Any hit over 5% is staggered. Ah, okay. I'm just gonna out-regen it. It'll be fine, he says. Eagles your crit chance with Ancestral Strike chance. Ah, okay. Right, but my balls don't Ancestral Strike. The only thing that can is the clone. Da-ba-ba-ba-bum. What else am I doing? Sure. Walking around, blending things. I don't know where that one waves one mob is. Somewhere there is a mob. That's just existing. I was like, I'm just gonna wait for them to all die at this point, because apparently I didn't know where he was. This is around 5, yeah. Miscover and say the pause. I went ooh pausing. Good change. Well, that might kill me. Always miss the good stuff. Don't worry, you didn't miss too much. But no, it's, yeah. Yep, I thought so. That was gonna keep me. That was gonna keep me flat. Without a doubt. Due to... Shouldn't have picked up a curse. Oh well. A few minutes to get spotted. Oh damn, ouch. You gotta bitch to your internet provider and be like, what's wrong with you fools? How dare you? Whenever you get below 50% max life, you gain 100 stacks of last resolve. Each stack of last resolve grants 1 all damage reduction, but you lose 10 stacks per second. While our last resolve is active, all damage resistance is no longer capped. The effect of an... That's interesting. Crown of Ending Will. Oh really? Damn. That sucks. It's got a spam column still. Like, it's fucked again. I'll tell you what, it's fucked again. The never-ending calls of it's fucked. It's your lawyer. That's even worse then. That's always a hard one to get away from. Yeah, doing shit. Yeah, I mean, sadly, not much else that you can do there. Just keep bitching at the right people, and hopefully, at some point, something clicks over, and somebody's like, yeah, we found out the problem. Turns out we didn't plug it in. And you're like, well, thank fuck, someone learned how to plug it in. That's what I'm... I mean, who knows? If it's anything like the shit I've had to deal with, where it's just like a random node down the line is fucked, and they're like, we can't find it. Can always be something very minor, but very stupid. That's why, huh? Huh. Yeah, who knows? Maybe your neighbors are installing high frequency communication dishes to talk to aliens on Mars, and it's interfering with your signal. Who knows? That might be your problem then. That might be the problem. Talking to the aliens is getting in the way of good internet. I mean, yeah, it's, who knows? Like I said, for me, it was just like, there's a specific node that was having a hiccup down in Atlanta, that every time I connected through it, bricked my internet, and I was like, oh sweet, this is great. After cheese, get some good soup. Ow, I just walked into the wall of missiles. I walked into it again. Okay, I definitely have the damage and survivability to at least get this far, so if it's just an execution thing, I should be able to kill Adam here. Come on, where'd he go? Lost sight of my wizard rival here. He started dealing damage. I mean, in comparison to how much damage I was dealing originally when I fought this guy, I've started dealing damage now. But nowhere near, like, insane amounts. Got a long way to go to get to that. Right now I'm just trying to stay in the fight. 'Cause Adam here might be the ticket I have to way more girth. I don't know yet. Arena's getting a bit hectic. I'm not gonna lie. Just a wee bit. Problem is I'm not able to recover back up to half HP to trigger the ball cascade again. There we go. Also, like, really badly placed a lot of the bubbles down, those things. Those are essentially shaper bubbles, and I needed to be placing them, like, away and on top of each other if I've just kind of stacked them in a fucking all over the map scenario. Which, you know, just like shaper, you start running out of combat space at some point. Which is not wise. Got him. Alright, good. Whew. You did it. Great. Congratulations. Let's head home. Adam down. The mage of the castle is no more. Okay. Now, what did I need to do still? I need to find 2 more runes. So I need to do Slorm, and then I need to do wave 100 of Wrath 3. Okay. 8 more rooms of this, and then Wrath 3 all the way through. Then we can get an upgrade, I hope. Though I'm not entirely sure how that upgrade's gonna work. Wait, no. Oh, no, I don't have to do this. I need to do... Okay, well I still need to get to... Yeah, wait. 12 Reaper runes. No, I just need to go to the Siege Leader then over and over again, don't I? Yeah. That's because those are runes, not these. Yes. Okay. I guess let's Siege Leader really fast. I was thinking the wrong thing. Forge. We'll just do 3. Speed it up with that. Yeah, I need 12 runes from the Siege Leader, so no, I just need to go through this as fast as I can then. Get the Siege Leader spawn and peel out and do it again. Unless, of course, I get, like, a really good legendary power boost, but seeing as I need to find 12 runes, probably best we focus on the Siege Leader. And I guess in the process of getting these 12, I should be able to get the black hole one, so if it does work for me, I'll know. If it doesn't, I'll know. Then I can figure out what the hell I'm using in its place, because I've got zero idea what I use if it's not that. I guess I'll focus on picking up the activation. The main runes themselves. That way I can at least see what they all do, and then that way I can make a choice as to which one I should get. Yeah. Or which one I should level up, not get, but... So I'll get them all, but... I'll be just dead down to... which one's the best one to... actually put effort into leveling up. Come on! Siege leader. Thank you. You just gotta ask kindly. And I'll flop out of the ceiling for you. Alright. So basically we just do that, and then we end the run. Okay. Every time you trigger an effective rune, you get an effective rune stack, increasing the effect of your rune by 2%. Huh. You trigger your effect rune. Oh, interesting. You can make it so you can trigger it every 30... For the cost of 30% mana, you can trigger it every 3 minutes. That's interesting. Don't know how useful that is, but interesting. So if you wanted to just like essentially force and stack cooldown recovery and then just spam your rune, you could do that. There's one rune down. Go again. One. Nothing here. Siege leader. So it should be within about the first 30 waves. You can get him to spawn. Wait, was that him? He spawn and flop over that quick? No, okay, I thought so. He just spawned in the right spot for I was like, what? He spawned like off my screen, but no, no. More siege leader stuff, come on. Gimme, gimme, gimme. I got upgrades to make. It really will depend on if I want to do, or what I want to do with my HP here. Because getting my mana to contribute to my HP could be good, but it wouldn't actually be that much contribution, given the fact that my chess piece is already giving me... What's it giving me? 34% max life multiplier, which is about the same as 43% taken to mana. I mean, it would be a little bit better against taken to mana, but then I would have to have mana regen as well, because if I have no mana recovery, well, that's not really gonna stop me from Tough call, that one. Yeah, there was the siege leader. Nice. Oh, one's getting paused, yep. Gonna be able to walk away and get yourself a cup of tea. Precious ferocity. So it doesn't work. Dang, okay. So these do not work with each other. Damn. It's just like a weaker version of the thing I already have then. Well, crap. Okay. Well, that's interesting then. Yeah, I wonder what my, I wonder what my rune of choice is gonna be then. I don't know. Whoops. What will be my runes? Maybe that? Okay. Pop out. Get more upgrades. Electrifying. I can only upgrade that twice. Scary. $2,000 to upgrade that anymore? Okay. Man. Gotta really upgrade those then. Holy shit. Alright, we got the runes. So we just need to do one Wrath 3 to... 100. So I just need to go get enough to do that. Well, if I'm gonna do a Wrath 3, I'm gonna just do a Wrath 5 because I can, so... Let me just get enough. Oh, dang it, the run I just did, if I didn't have the curse at the end, I would have had that complete. Well, that was stupid. Why did I pick up a curse? What's my crit when I'm greeted? Is it uptight here? 48. Damn, alright. That's not bad. I feel like there's gonna get to a point where these things are actually gonna be too large. I wonder if they actually get big enough to like not be able to hit near me very well. Effectively getting too far away from me to do damage next to me. I doubt it. But it's possible. Because already I have to move a little bit to make them do stuff next to me. I feel like it's only gonna get worse as we level up. But gotta be mobile all the time anyway, so I think it'll be okay. I think it'll be just fine. 651's when I'm max stacked. Dang. That's crazy. Wait, no, that can't be true. My crit multi is set. How could it be going up? Well, that's weird. This allows you to, for some reason, go above the crit multi that's set. Guess, good for me. Okay, I need 1,000 Slorm. I haven't seen enough of the legendaries yet to know what I can use where, but... Okay, what's my crit at now when that happens? 364. It's still 364. Why am I hitting for 600s? It must be some shrine buff at the same time. Whenever that happens. Expedition of Ice plus the other thing? Yeah, that's what it is. It's like, there's no way that's just like naturally a thing that I can do now. But it goes to show how little I need to actually really boost up my damage, so... Yeah, maybe getting this stone is really gonna help that much. I'd be surprised if it takes me all the way to 600s, but hey. Weirder things have happened. I wonder what's gonna be the best long range pickup for me. I don't... The health conversion thing wasn't 50, was it? No, it's 20. I would need 40 in total, huh? Locked. Hmm. Yeah. I wonder what I'm gonna stack with this thing then. I have no idea. Lets me choose my other two auras better, which is good. Or maneuver around differently. Because it might be the same auras, but maybe I can get more effect from elsewhere. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure, because I haven't had the stone yet to look around in my tree. To really think about that. What do my two auras do right now? What do you do? You're 20% for the reduced attack speed of minus 50%. And what are you? Elemental damage. You do nothing. And you do nothing. Okay. That might stay, but maybe I get rid of all the rest of the stuff connecting to it and just keep that one. That might be the best way to go about it. Because that would save me like 3 stones, I think. Well, 2. Can you connect off of this, the put anywhere stone? Or is that just like a one time only, no connection off of it stone? I will find out soon enough. $832. I think that's enough. Oops. I did not mean. Stop clicking off the game. Dang it. Okay, let's do. Forge 5. I should have enough for Forge 5, 3 doors. It needs 580, I have 542. Okay, never mind. Let's go again. I do need to actually get 1,000. Damn it. This is game. There's a Slormancer. It's like a weird hybrid between Diablo 3, Path of Exile, Last Epoch, and Grim Dawn. Made by one dude. It's pretty chill. It's laid back Poe. I'm currently playing a build where I have rotating black holes that rotate and kill things. The build? Yeah, it's, what is this thing called? Primordial Staff of Alpha and Omega. If you have 50% life and 50% mana, this happens. I don't know if it's good, but it's certainly interesting. I'm trying to right now figure out how to make it do good things. But I like it. I like it so far. But a little weird to scale, because it can't do ancestral crits, and projectile speeds and things like that don't do much for it. And then you don't have a use of a secondary skill, so you can use a primary skill, but I think that's mostly for like debuffing, like I'm doing right now, just time locking things with it. And yeah, it's a bit hard to scale. It's 50% skill, 50% elemental, and it's got a raw and elemental damage multiplier. Mostly because 50% of damage, Reaper damage, is added to elemental damage instead of skill damage. So it's like half and half. That's like, even on that regard, it's a little weird to do. Like, maybe it would be better if there was a way to, like, make it full one or the other? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know if that exists. Don't know enough to know that. But so far, yeah, I've just kind of been barreling ahead, leveling up, but just doing crit, essentially. Armor life into elemental. There's a legend that sets Reaper damage to elemental damage. I think I had that earlier. Which, for some reason, didn't do as much as I thought it would. It was a necklace that I got it on, right? Yeah, for some reason I think it... Something was weird with it. Look at it again. Because it didn't look like it converted to the elemental. I don't think my elemental went up at all when I was wearing it. Let me look again. When I kill the next boss. Armor life into elemental. Those are options, huh? Maybe. I do have to get a lot of life. But I also then have the reserve 50% of that life, which is annoying. It's cool looking, yeah. It's very fun to just walk around and have a giant nova of balls going everywhere. Acting as a giant blender. So that part's been very fun. That part's been very fun indeed. Oh, the other problem with it is there's no life on hit from it. Can't leech your life on hit because it's indirect damage, so... Only real options there are life or evasion. And then regen. Or the shield thing. So that's a bit of a pickle. But so far it's working, so... Just gonna hope it keeps working and see where it can take me. In the long run. Okay. This guy. Okay. Did I still have that legendary that had that effect? Let me go check. No, I did scrap it. Okay. When you can... Man on hit. Time lock ends. Meh. Pretty good. Armor, max life. How much armor? 15? Yeah, 14. Evasion multiplier. That's the thing, is I can't even wear that. Because I need this stupid chest piece to get myself enough. That's a lot of raw. Life elemental. Okay. That should be enough. Go to this forge so I can get the stone. Yeah, that definitely leaves me enough to open 3 doors. Let's do this. Oh, gold! Speed through here as fast as I can. I'm gonna go up in challenges. Just in case I can go all the way to legendary early and help me. I gotta do a 100 run anyway. And it didn't. Quantity? Gold. Gold! Well, this is messy. Can't see anything. And I'm on fire. Sure, leader. That time is fine. No gains to be had otherwise there. More leader. Life leech doesn't matter. I don't have any problems with that. For I have none. I do love how many free rounds there are in this build. Don't have to care about AoE, don't have to care about projectile size. Don't have to care about any leeches. Proxy bubbles don't matter. Boost up the rarity again. Quality of war chest. Yeah, sure, what quality? There's enough legendary stuff that works with quality and quantity that it's okay to pick up. Give them some movement speed so they get back to me quicker. More movement speed. That is a lot of gold for movement speed. What the heck? Even more gold. I've only got something that interacted with gold. Getting stacks of it. All speed is once again free. A couple waiver resistance isn't the end of the world. With how split my damage is. Fireball. Speed's fine. I haven't given him enough damage modifiers yet to worry about that much speed. Damage over time doesn't matter to me. Area's fine. Each leader again. More movement speed, I guess. Screw it. Let's make the enemy move quicker. Thus, I get to do the waves faster. Why not? Rare. Gotta love not worrying about proxy bowls. Makes life a whole lot simpler. Epic, okay, okay. Come on, boost up all the way to legendary. Let's finally get some combo here. Or not. What do you got? Total of your loot inside your war chest is immediately increased by your war chest quality. It's not that great for me right now. Because, I mean, that's the same thing. But better. Alright, we'll do that. Dang it. Well-deserved rest. Which trigger an effect rune, you instead trigger another random effect rune. After you spend a bunch of mana. Raw damage. Okay. Keep going. Gotta reach wave 100. want to do anything life regeneration related. That would be very bad for me. The one modifier I can't do. I really don't want to give them the explode on death thing. Too many of those and I flop over. Keep it simple and clean. Just get her done. Legendary, okay. Next round is Legenda. Okay. For the rest of the experience, 35 chance to add 1 of random Reaper Smith whenever you kill an enemy. When looting your war chest, or if I'm Slorm, you should loot is converted to Elder Slorm. The hell am I gonna do with that much Elder Slorm? Doesn't this absolutely kill me? I wanna see. Is this like death? Slurp the storm. Slurp the Slorm. Everyone loves slurping the Slorm. I can't even see if what mob is being chosen. Okay. I just guess I gotta hope that I kill the thing that's being chosen, because I have absolutely no idea what's being chosen. Fair enough. You cannot restore life. Yeah, I'm good, thanks. That sounds like ass. Lightning bolts. Go, go, go. More movement speed. Go. I guess so they just come to me. Enough of this slow walking. I just strap 7 league steps to all the enemy's feet. And send them to the moon. Projectile shit. More movement speed. Is it Giga hosting? Duh. He's become a host after all such time of was dying inside. Yeah, I can imagine. Turns out corporate award show is a corporate award show. But hey, I'm sure he had fun. Even if it is for not exactly who should be winning some of those cards. Yeah, stream giving the true feelings on him. Hey, I mean, honestly, props to Crunchyroll and stuff like that being, you know, cool with most of the time in a situation like that. Most companies are like, no, you may not speak the true feelings. So being able to pop open a stream afterwards and be like, yeah, this is who I think should have won. Is still pretty cool. Yeah, I'm sure he probably felt some of those were. It's pretty much everywhere, I feel like. I didn't see who won, but I'd assume my votes would be quite different from the votes of others. Make us I mean, someone not wrong nowadays, to be honest. It gets you talking about it. It is the truth of meaty as we know it. Gets the people going. To the Twitters, posting about their hot takes. Thus feeds the algorithm. Thus, money, money, dollar, dollar bill, y'all. Dollar, dollar bill. And that's all it takes. That's the way the world works. I wonder at what point there's gonna be so much like AI driven content and content creation and engagement on the social media platforms that advertising companies will have to have like split between the real and the AI of who they're advertising to. I mean, I think technically, I think they already kind of do that with like engagement numbers and stuff like that. I don't know how well it's split, but anime of the year winner shouldn't have won it. What won anime of the year? And why was it free run? I actually have no idea what won anime of the year. I guess I actually don't know who was in the list for anime of the year. It's not? Okay. Solo leveling. Huh, I wonder why Crunchyroll's Solo Leveling won Crunchyroll's Anime of the Year awards. Not at all a conflict of interest. How many zoos too? Nah, like straight up it should be free run. I think as far as like anime that came out that actually had like a massive impact and overall with being compared to some of the greatest is definitely free run. So probably in every other award show, free run will be the one that takes it. On merits alone? Yeah, totally. They're all incredibly merit-based. Nothing but the highest caliber of merits. Surely. Has he won Best New Series? Best New Series? I don't even know who the hell would be in that category. To be honest with you. Solo Leveling won Anime of the Year and Best New Series. Okay, Crunchyroll, you could probably kind of tone it down with the self-circle jerking there, then. Solo Leveling won 9 awards. It cannot be that good. Like, I am sorry, but it's nowhere near that good. Especially the beginning of Solo Leveling. This is why I made that stream of it. Yeah, hell no. I mean, do I expect it to happen? Yes. Do I think that it's in any way fair to think that Solo Leveling Season 1 is somehow like the preem of the preem? Solo Leveling won a best OST as well. Dude, what's the point of the award show if you're just gonna hand it to your own kid? Like having a fucking high school talent competition hosted by the principal, and the principal just awards everything to his child. His child's like, I didn't even show up. Show up, your kid. I guess so. I mean, that's fine, whatever. I honestly cannot even remember what happens at the beginning of Solo Leveling. I haven't watched the anime, but I read the manga all the way through, and I was like, isn't the beginning like hyper generic? Dude is underpowered, goes to have a construction job, turns out not to be underpowered because of magical bullshit go. Begins arc of holy shit, I'm overpowered. Best score award of all the things, yeah. Generic is an overstatement. Yeah, but like best score to me, like with emotional impact, is still Free Run, because it like some of the very like scenic scenes in Free Run were made because the music like hit right on cue with the emotional beats. I'm trying to think of what else had really good music. In the last seasons, was it Luna? I'd have to see who the award like nominees were, but I don't remember. Yeah, the only thing I remember from last season was Free Run, or last season's was Free Run. But yeah, that's fine. Crunchyroll's gonna give Crunchyroll the Crunchyroll jerk. Let them, I guess, have their thing. They're welcome to it. I mean, yeah, 100%. Like, it was wrong. I mean, yeah, I don't think that it was, like, it's gonna be a bad anime. I heard people talking about Solo Leveling about it being good. I'm not gonna say it's a bad anime, no. I just don't think it's, like, anything extremely unique or special to the point that it could win against everything else that stands out. Yeah, I think that's the fair way to say it. I think it did its job from what I heard from people, but I don't think it did anything special. Oh, that. Oh. Reminds me of the door in Clear Obscure. Alright, it was exciting the first couple times. Could you leave me alone now? You're making it awkward. No, well, other than, I mean, I'm sure they had like a couple songs that were like, yeah, good and shit. Like, I'm not, like I said, once again, I didn't watch it, so I don't really have that much of an opinion. I just think, overall, I think solo leveling, in the grand spectrum of things, feels like a self jerk. With Crunchyroll giving Crunchyroll's solo leveling the Crunchyroll Anime Awards. Like it's a little too obvious. Little too obvious there. Hmm. Hmm. What was on there? So I went against Dawn to Dawn, Delicious in Dungeon, Frieren, Apothecary Thara, Solo 11, Kaiju number 8. I mean, yeah, straight up. Delicious in Dungeon, Frieren, and Dawn to Dawn are all straight up better than solo leveling. I don't have an opinion on Apothecary Dies because I haven't seen it, but like, all three of these are a better new series than solo leveling is. That's what he said as well. Oh, that's funny. That perfectly timed slowdown. He's like, oh yeah, solo leveling, yeah, guys. That's a man feelings. Yeah, no, it's like, of the new series in there, straight up, Dawn to Dawn is artistically amazing. Frieren, emotionally amazing. Delicious in Dungeon, just a really fucking fun time. Solo leveling is, here's generic isekai power fantasy, but not isekai. Yeah, Dawn to Dawn's art direction is insane. Like, it's fucking, some of the like, scenes in that are just straight up amazing. So, yeah. Isekai went to ReZero. I mean, that's a benefit, I guess. The newest season of ReZero. Yeah, I guess so. It's a decent arc. I don't know what else is in Isekai to even compete with, though, from last season. Or last year. What Isekai came out last year? Oh, hell yeah. No, I know, but like, what was in the category? What was it against? Like, ReZero and what else? What notable isekai were there even last year? It's like, I can't think of a single one, like, Slime didn't come out or anything like that. It's like, what else actually came the fuck out that could have competed? Actually, no, I think Slime did come out last year. Was there a season of Slime? That's VA performance. Is it solo leveling? Konosuba? Did Konosuba? Yeah, I think it did. Konosuba did come out. I don't know. Do we count Konosuba as isekai? Spice and Wolf's not an isekai. That's like just part of that world. Yeah. Spice and Wolf was really good though. The remake of it? That was excellent. That time I resecured myself. The sequel to Rosengrata. Hell yeah. Oh, 7th Prince did come out, yeah. I like 7th Prince, yeah. I mean, honestly, I like 7th Prince more than I liked ReZero, so yeah. Could have seen that one. But, I don't know if the anime was that good. Reading is better. I love the art. Especially when they went to full color. 7th Prince is sick. I cannot wait for the next chapter. Suicide Squad Isekai. Oh yeah, they did have that, didn't they? That was a thing. It only applies off a crit. Yes. Ancestral Strike is only off of your crits. This is true. If you do not crit, you do not Ancestral Strike. Nominees for Isekai are ReZero, Konosuba, Reincarnated as a Slime, Suicide Squad, Jobless Ring, Shingaro Frontier. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Yeah, that season of Reincarnated, I know what happens in that one. I don't see. I'm not super surprised. Suicide Squad, yeah. I don't know why Shangri-La's in there. Yeah, I was gonna say Shangri-La is the weird one, because why would Shangri-La's not an isekai? But okay. So between Konosuba and ReZero, I guess so. Yeah, I guess in that sense, I guess ReZero does win. Best main character is solo leveling. I want to see the awards without solo leveling. Can we like actually award stuff to not solo leveling? Realistically, like Delicious in Dungeons and fucking Free Rent and stuff like that. They lost to generic pro tag who is overpowered. Who would win best solo living? I know, right? Delicious 1-0. That's crazy. Best character design. Let me suck those titties. Best director. Okay. Makes sense. That's it. That's the only different ones besides solo leveling. Fuck me. Let me suck your titty. I love Free Run. Or Dawn to Dawn. Same thing. Absolute madness. Share the rewards with the other. That's so crazy. The rest is solo leveling. That's fucking wild. Last game Peps has an isekai tag. Everything's just an isekai nowadays. Yeah, that's wild. Well, whatever. Who else does anime awards that are like highly prolific nowadays, though? I think Crunchyroll's the only one that has like an award show, aren't they? Because of the fucking cost of that shit. Oh well, at least it gives content creators a fuck ton of content against. To be like, how they were so very wrong. Yeah, I'll have to go watch Garrick's fucking VOD of him reacting to Crunchyroll's awards. I mean, true, yeah, it is. It is like the only one. Build their own, well, the new one. I mean, that's pretty true for most isekai, yeah. That's pretty true. And sometimes it's both. Like some of the stuff I'm reading, it's dudes getting isekai'd into another world to be rejected by the goddess to then build their own interdimensional world within that world that then they have to keep hidden from the goddess while they try to kill the goddess. Yep. Isekai can go very far in. That one? Yeah. That one. That was the plot. That's actually the plot of 2 off the top of my head. So, yeah. Well, the interdimensional part is from 1, but the other plot line is actually from 2. That's the plot of... What was that? What? I forgot the name of it. But the one I'm reading right now. I mean, that's also one, yes. I mean, technically, isn't that Tanya the Evil? Isekai war thing. Another. Well, that one's weird. Because that my instant death ability is so overpowered is a guy that got isekai'd to get sent back to his world to then be attacked by angels, kill the angels to be isekai'd again into the same world to only realize that the goddess doesn't know he's there to then just want to live happily in that world because his power is not that problematic in that world. That one's fucking crazy. That one's fucking crazy. 50 legendaries and 4.5 mil gold. Damn. Damn, T8s, huh? 10,000 with all of that shit and 50 legendaries, 4.5 mil gold. And carried by an obelisk. Ah, okay, that explains the giga number. Yeah. I mean, that's still really good, though. Like, even with obelisk. On top of all that shit. Yeah, that's sick. It was like, it's... That without having the weird thing where I had it as my last choice was to, you know, make all of mine equal. That's still, like, about the same, if not more, overall that I got, but you just, like, had an obelisk boosting you up as a result. And forge the boots for the Giga thing. Oh, nice, Roche. Hell yeah. Okay. Yeah, I need to be able to get that myself. Honestly, at this point, that'd be sick. I'm not using, Doggo Sen. Doggo Sen does linger around for a while, yeah. It does linger. That was Daxon. Every pocket's 2-3k shield. Cap around 70k shield. Damn. The combo is letting you live. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely need some shit soon. Make better use of my existence. Shield carries over. Oh, interesting. Okay. I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. My voice is scratchy, but I'm doing good. Just watch my balls rotate, you know? You know how it goes. Sunday evening shit. I'm great! Yeah! Balls. Wait, has balls updated? Can I type balls now? Balls! Yes, balls is updated. Balls! Motherfucking balls. It blends perfectly with the A because they're both yellow. What the fuck? Nice. Balls. That's not sanitary. Alright, I'm just gonna survive 2 more waves. Shower the balls. Hell yeah. Gotta keep them clean. Otherwise, Mr. Clean will come by for an inspection. Okay, that wasn't too bad. I got like nothing on the chest quantity and quality, so. But that's not why I did this, so it's all good. I just wanted to complete it. Tag unlocked. And complete. Yes. There we go. So. Oh, okay. So the question now becomes, do I use that? There. And I have 3 stones left over. What do I do with those? That could be good. There's a raw agenda. Actually, yeah, that's not bad. If I did that, I get the raw and the life regen, and then I get elemental damage, and then elemental damage is equal to 60% of your total support skill mastery. You don't level support. What does that mean? Spacebar skill. Right. So it's not. Yeah, that's not good for me then. So that could still be good. That could be good. That's not good. That's not good. Don't need the lock. Slorm find. I mean, I can give myself a 20-second cooldown button, but... What's that? So if I did that... That's 25% raw damage. That's 45 elemental damage. That's another massive amount of raw damage as well. And then I get to keep that. So now it's 4120. Maybe that's what I do? Cause that's good for me. That's good for me. That's good. 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 And we get that. That's not a horrible use of my stuff, I'd say, with how my setup works. Locked. What do you do? So that's flat with percent elemental. That's that. That's AoE damage, Trail of Fire. That's Lifelock, Lifelock. Fireballs. Elementals by your side. Electric Sparks. Lightning skill damage cannot be below the upper damage range. Lifelock. No, that's it. Like, there's just that few lockable skills. So that's it, yeah, essentially. How about the PC? Yep, we're getting some pausing. Being able to slap the escape key and enjoy a quick sip of tea. Or answer a phone call. Or pick up your kid that you dropped. You know, all those things. It's great. Pretty big overhaul. I drop a kid while mapping. You know, having it over the shoulder and then, well, bam! Out of nowhere, kid on the floor. Happens to the best of us. RKO out of nowhere. Just happens, you know? That's the kid over the shoulder. Yep. You get it. You get it. It just happens. It just happens like that sometimes, you know? You're thinking everything's going right, life's treating you well, and then boom. Kid flies to the moon because you hit the flask piano the wrong way. That's just how it goes. Alright, any good epic stats on these? Elemental max life, man on hit. What's the one I need to replace? My shoulders, right? Life regen, armor, raw damage. No shoulders, huh? Okay. Shoulders and heads, knees and toes. Area and aura, increased effect, max life versus absolutely nothing. Yeah, okay. Cape with boosted movement speed. What are we at? 33% chance to crit. Okay, so now we're at the next stage in development. The Warlords. Okay. Don't know what that means or how that's gonna work, but that's where we are. boom, boom, boom. 4,000. Okay, cool. I'll do that then. Let me do this thing again. You just do. Okay, I see. I guess we're about to find out what the hell we gotta do. God, I wish there was a better way to do this. This is such a odd roundabout way of doing this. Yeah. Boosted all that up. Turn that back on. Damn. That's a nice setup you got going on. Way better than my setup is currently. Who would you want to focus? That's a good point. The Netherworld. Enter the Netherworld, defeat Cattles of epic difficulty, defeat the Warlords, find another equipment, profit, set Wrath difficulty, set enemy difficulty. Nether charge. Pure stat. I feel like I need to upgrade the fucking Slorm factory before I go do this stuff, actually, because I want, you know, have two of the same modifier. I feel like you want Slorm Temple to be maxed out, because it's like, it's all about getting the pure stats, right? And this is how you get the best pure stats. Guess we're showing now? Okay. Yeah, I feel like you definitely want to do this. $43.25. Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. It's like grinding through this is a bit much. It's meant to be something that takes your, you know, time out of your rotation, but after a certain bit, you're like, holy, come on. Let's get to the back to the challenging thing. Cause like I barely walk on the thing and it just flops over. Right, yeah. Yeah, there's a reason for that. Going one floor at a time, even if it does take a, you know, just a minute to do, it's still 100 minutes just to catch up to where you're supposed to be. Cause yeah, these two stats you really want to max out then. I mean, yeah, true, yeah. That slows it down the most. Running out of Slorm. Battlefield. What's the highest battlefield I can do? Can I do 10? How bad is 10? No. I see. So they've got some scaling. Oh, they have defenses? Yeah. Give it a shot. I'm just trying to figure out, like... I mean, honestly, the Pure Slorm upgrade, if I know I have to do, like, a fuck ton of it, getting, like, more Elder Slorm so I have less time in the dungeons now would actually be a thing. Because... the less time you have to spend in the dungeons might be better. If you have so much... that you have to gain. Having the 2 multipliers combo and getting, like... 50 stacks instead of 33s. It doesn't drink coffee. Hell yeah. Gotta have the expression machine hooked up. That's a fundamental necessity. Well, in my case, I don't even own an expression machine anymore, but it's necessary. I just do the old hand pour. Beautiful. I mean, not as quick as I'm gonna go, other than like just walking quicker. So I don't have to stop, I just walk. You can, yeah, but also effort making a second setup. Can go. Okay. Nah, that's fine. I'm okay with this setup. Just keep my balls spinning. Yeah, I wonder how much the multiplier for Slorm helps. From the, your dungeon. Wonder how big of a stack Slorm becomes. Yeah, pickup range would be huge. %1 per point. It's not massive. But if it's a multiplier on top of the multiplier of dungeons, it does, you know, start helping. Because like right now I'm making like 30 a pickup. I wonder with that how much I'd be making. Yeah, in my case I can't. Stick is stuck in. That's like 39. Let me see, what happens if I, just give it a little bit of an upgrade. Slorm template up. I put a couple early points into it. Let's see. Let's go to like 30, 39 to 40, 50. Rift Nova level 15. So this is now maxed out. 111, equal to the mastery of your other skill. Alright. Do. Okay. So how much does this give me? Click on this thing. 1%. Increases the amount of Slorm found on elite enemies. That's 18% higher now. Oops. I left a thing of it there. Oh well. It's a cheap upgrade. I'll give it that. Let's see. Find a thing of Slorm. 42. 32 to or 33 to 42? That's not bad. I mean, it's 10 more per elite if that's gonna be the case, so. It definitely speeds it up then in that case. So probably, yeah, 33 became 41, so yeah, 18 points is not bad. At least those early points into it would be pretty good. That was a 37, so it's a bit of a range, but... Okay, I guess what I'll do is... I'll do a dungeon run to the boss, Slorm, temple it up, get another couple points into Elder Slorm farming, and go again. Rinse, repeat. Just speed it up as fast as I can until it starts getting a little bit too expensive. At least these early levels should be pretty quick to stack up. Just make it a little bit quicker to... Not TV. What if you don't have enough time and you don't watch TV? What do I do then? What do I do then? Where's my time wizard? I wonder how long it's going to take for me to start seeing 1 millions on the hit pages there. I need to double my damage. which is quite a lot. I'll probably eventually get there, but big thing right now, I think, is just consistency of crits, because my crit chances not super consistent. Yeah, crit chance is the big one. What's the minimum? The staff, which is, yeah, kind of difficult. The staff and then the chest. Legendary is what I had to use. This immersive vitality. I'm sending crit with ancestral crit. I can't crit. Like, ancestral crit doesn't work for me. The orbs are indirect damage. They cannot ancestral crit. Yep. I cannot ancestral crit with these. They are a special type of damage, where I only get crit chance, not ancestral crit chance. Don't ask me, don't make the rules. I just bend them in the rear. Fucking StarCraft line. Look, yeah, it's ancestral missing is definitely a downside. It's definitely a downside of this setup. Wait, did they? Was Pure Slorm in the first room? I couldn't see it because of the balls. I don't think it's the balls. I think it's the fucking Giga vignette that this game puts down. Oh yeah, you're right. But both. Game needs to be brighter. Two things can be true, yes. I don't really understand why he's got the Giga vignette on this game. It is a lot of balls, yes. What's gonna say? I'm a balls enjoyer. I do like a screen full of balls. Whether it be in this game or the other. Just makes for a visually appealing experience. I've got balls of steel. They go ding, 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 ding as I walk down the hall. What movie was it that had that in it? I can't remember. Wasn't there a movie that had the dude with balls of steel? It's a dog one? His balls got metal balls put in. Yeah! That's what it was. I can't remember what movie it was. I don't know why I even thought of that right there, but I just realized there was a movie where that happened. See Spot Run. Yeah, that's what it was. That sounds familiar. Fucking weird shit. Weird shit to randomly just like pull out of nowhere. Absolute cinema. I want to catch you in the yard. We gotta settle this man to man. Good shit. There'll be another. I don't think there will be for a bit. Also, what a weird thing to all of a sudden pull out of nowhere. My brain can't remember anything actually. And then for some reason that's somewhere in there. As a reference point. Would be cool to remember actual shit. Brain. You know, things that matter. But no. Bread for 2 decades. Yep. Everything else has been kicked out of there for me, but for some reason that's apparently in there. Or the reference to that idea, at least. Brains. How do they brain? It's the noise. I mean, probably, yeah. Probably is exactly that. Just to be exactly what it needs to be. Stuck in there. Yeah, no, yeah, you are right. This really needs a you do this so fast you skip forward button, because like there's no reason to have to do so many of these. And those noisemakers, oh yeah. That is what's needed. It's like, yeah, you just walk on the thing and it just like instantly just kills the entire pack, and you're like, well, onwards we go again. And you just do it over and over again. How many floors of the Slorm elevator are there? Yeah, I saw that. It's all related to the wrong number. Alright, 48% more Slorm. It only goes up by 1 cost per click. So the worst is the last one's gonna just be like 200. So that's fine. While not in combat, you are invisible. Wow. I've always wanted to be invisible when not in combat. Does that work? No, I'm in combat, right? And indirect damage puts you in combat or not? No, this has to put me in combat. Yeah, okay. Like, I don't know what the point of that is. Because, yeah, no, I go into combat right away. Self-bathing rooms, I guess, yeah. If there's a neat reason for it, maybe there's some buff for it. Can you imagine if there was, if I stayed invisible because I wasn't in combat? That'd be fucking insane. If I just, like, permanently could not be seen. The only thing I'd have to worry about, like, is AoE attacks. Nothing could attack me. That would be fucking crazy. Yeah, no, if it was worth testing, cause yeah. Yeah, true. Yeah, that would be hilarious. Like, what's your defenses? Oh, I'm just not seen. I mean, you can do that in Oblivion, the new remaster. You can get enough items to be permanently invisible. And the AI is like, what? Where'd that come from? As you punch them in the face. Just, you know. Perfectly balanced. It just works. Yep. 100% chameleon. Always 100% busted. Why not? Undeath still triggers true. 50 maps away. Time to bust him out. He's doing fine on challenges. Sounds about right. You start getting attacked out of nowhere. The fuck? Where'd you come from and how? Why? Do. 7:59. Oh, well, there's the mills I was looking for, but that's because I have a blessing on. So, when do I see mills? When I have a blessing from a shrine. I'm just gonna work on upgrading my Elder Slorm generation capacity here real fast, because at this point, yeah, that's really what I do need, is just the faster and faster way of spending the least amount of time in dungeons so I can then get boosted. What did Shank say? He was 320 deep when he had fully upgraded everything. I'm at 120 right now, so I got 200 more floors to go. Bloody hell. That's quite a lot of Slorman. Quite the fucking load of Slorman. So every dungeon boss run right now is essentially gonna be like 4 floors. We can pause uninstalling photo. Sheesh. Hell yeah. Yep. Pausing's in. We can pause our adventures. Already did it. Reinstall it and uninstall it just to show dominance. I'll tell you what. I am indeed an ideas man. Let me tell you about this business opportunity about killing sharks with coconuts. Yep. It is being backported. I mean, they said there was a whole lot of things that are coming in, so... we'll see what else is part of the repertoire. Not again. But. Business. Please no. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what's coming and what's sticking. Back up. I wonder if everyone's if anyone's ever used that as a pickup line in IT. Honestly, would work. 10 out of 10. Yeah. They do look nice. Is there a world where slowly as they backport these updates to PO 1 that we go back to the original idea that PO 2 becomes a split campaign into a unified endgame? It would be hilarious if we slowly just keep pushing more and more back towards that idea. I doubt it like ever actually fully happens, but a part of me had a chuckle when I just thought of it there. Right, like a 4.0, yeah. Double corruption when you couldn't run outside of my temples. Damn. You that old, huh? Shit. Post is much bigger? Yeah. I mean, like I said, I want Puzzle to be good, but it's just like, I chuckled for a second there when I thought of the possibility, like, what if we go to a time where that's what happens? What if we actually reach the point where it all becomes unified as one? Well, again. What if... What the fuck if... Good times. Doesn't he get better? Hot chick with a gun? Yes. I did see that one. Out of NPC jail. Yep. I just realized that I didn't narrow anything down with Nikkei. He said, yeah. Yes. That's just how it is. That's funny. Brain was just like, oh yeah, that's not a normal occurrence. Wait a second. Wait a second now. What just dropped that is... Oh, perfect max life. Talos indeed. So I think I upgrade my Slorm, my Elder Slorm generation all the way so I can get more runs at the temple to get more Pure Slorm to go up to higher levels to use that Pure Slorm to upgrade my perfect stat generation so I can then go to Warlords to get better gear that has perfect stats. Yes. Slorm mentioned. Time to goomage my Slorm. Hell yeah. Shut up. You know you were thinking it. You were thinking about goomaging that Slorm. Don't even try to lie to yourself. Normal. Hell yeah. I'm glad someone's normal in this building. Like my brain do things. Oh, just me. Just me. Definitely just me. Yeah. May I interest you in a subscription to Slorms R Us for your latest Slorm updated news? As compared to me. Ah. So it's a moving point of normality. Like a Slormy Schlope. Your area increase size is 165. Okay. So, you're right. That is how comparisons work. Oh yeah, 100%. Don't worry, when I enter my VTuber arc, you'll know the filter is gone. And I can be truly unhinged. Hey, now that's a business idea. Now that market's already saturated. Smash your price. Hell yeah. Do do do. It's such a long walk, floor by floor. Got a lot of slimy. I mean, true. That is true. We need a Viking Hell yeah, we do. I have found my market. That's exactly what we need. It can only rake in the billions. Think of the body pillow merch. Real beard hair included. Straight from the source. Hell yeah. What's my life regen right now? 1300. Damn. That's actually surprisingly good. I mean, actually, some of my beard hair is curly. It's not, there's like 4 different types of hair on beards, I believe. At least for me, it's 4. It depends on the person, but most people have like vastly different hair. Yeah. So I've got like fine ones, I've got like giga thick ones, I've got ones that curl, and then I've got the white ones. The full suite. Yep. The giga thick ones are like insanely thick. They're like crazy. And they're like really rigid. Yep, it's pretty crazy just how like different they are. Cover 'em. Yeah, it's weird. Like some of the stuff just really, yeah. It is weird how like it grows in like different patches depending on portions of the face and the color that they grow in and stuff like that. And directionality and all that stuff is, I don't know. You figured it would all just kind of grow straight down and be what it is, but no, it's every part of my face is a different way it wants to grow its hair. It's like, alright. No uniformity here. Enjoy the shower voltage. Do. Come on. I still have more floors. And I gotta go back into the dungeons. Yay. That's fine, at least it's going quick. At least it's going relatively quick to plow through these. Also very happy that that sound is not like a loud sharp sound, but rather like a bass, just like a low bassy reverb sound, because it would be so annoying if it was slightly sharp, hearing it over and over again whenever you step on these things. I'm so glad that they made that not be obnoxious as a sound. I was watching Nine Kings. Holy annoying sound. Oh, really? Not a very fun sound in that one, huh? Yeah, sound's hard. Sound is hard to nail. No doubt about that. A lot of people really fuck it up. I especially feel with like video games, it's a lot of people don't realize how like they'll make a sound that's cool and then they'll be like, oh yes, this is the sound for this thing, but then a lot of times it seems that people don't realize how often you hear that sound in terms of how often you will then hear a sound that is also like cool, but then it can get really repetitive or really annoying or really whatever, right? It's one of those things where you're just like, the repetition of the sound is not factored in that often. Because, yeah, that's why. That's when loot filters are big. Like, mine is chimes and tingles from Zelda, because they're something you can hear and not drive yourself insane. In a few minutes and footage of damn. How bad is it? Oh. Yeah, okay. Why would you make your hit sound be a metal thing like that when you have constantly spamming it? Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. That is... Yeah, someone did not think of how often that sound is going to be played. When they... This is Tetris theme, but remixed? Edit local files, yeah, I mean, realistically, true. No, that's one of the things, like, people need to think about. Like, how often is this sound being played? What are the other sounds being played around it? It had like, the beginning of that was... Hold on. Am I crazy? That's just the Tetris theme missing some keys. Like, straight up. This husband not it. It really does sound like it's just the beginning, but they like took a note out. Was it Mars? First find notes. Yeah, I guess so. See if there's more in the song. I mean, I like the song so far. Did you wake up early? Congratulations. Welcome to the world of the awake. On this, the morning of early. That's also from a video game. That's from... What game is that from? That's also from a classic game. I don't remember. No, that was also from... I don't remember what that was from. But I remember hearing that. I know it's from something. But, I mean, fair enough. I guess they're just sampling old school games. Maybe that's the point. Hit you with some of that old nostalgia. Hit you with that nostalgia. 'Cause why not? Why not swing him with the nostalgia? The nostalgia, yes. What? Who is this artist? When is this from? 3 weeks ago. Symphony. The True. Hmm? Boom, 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 boom. Uh-huh. Nice. This is not the one I'm thinking about. What's the remix I know? What is the one I know? It's not that one. Hold on, let me see. Wow, Firefox, you're doing some things. Congratulations. What in the hell have you tried? Just okay. Thank you. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it. There's a Nightcore Tetris theme. How does that work? Oh, it's that song, but Nightcore. Oh, that's funny. No, it's not this one. That sounds so fucking weird. I mean, yeah, for the most part, like most of the inspirations are always gonna be like if you respect what you're inspired from. If you're just taking a rip on it, then I mean, that's a whole different thing. I don't know. I can't remember the. It's a hard style version of a Tetris song, but I don't remember where the fuck I heard it from. And there's too many of them. I was scrolling through them like, wow, there's a lot of these. I'm using immense vitality for my chest piece for 50%, and then I'm using elemental aura and air conditioner. Two from the tree, and then the chest piece. I don't know if they're the best ones, if they're good ones, or if this is what you should be doing, but that's how I've made the build work. That's a Timmy one. I think he might be a Timmy one, yeah, actually. I mean, fuck, I'd love to do elements of my own game inspired by like Finnish folklore, but I'd have to like learn Finnish folklore. Which I don't even know how I go about learning that. I'd love to do that, but I don't know where I'd even start. 'Cause I'm sure there's some pretty cool stuff in there that I could use, so. Build a car in the summer. That's a different type of folklore. That's the lore of the folk. Or the folk of the lore, I should say. Yeah, I just gotta figure out some way to reserve, you only have to reserve 40% life, I think, like 41. That's the around part from our testing earlier. But, yeah, I went with this one. This one? Ate. I gotta give it to the Tetris theme. Absolute banger of a song. Like, for what you're doing in Tetris, and like, how well this song goes with Tetris. It just goes, man. You can't say it doesn't go. Oh, you found it? Okay. Hell yeah. Chuck it on afterwards. Or at least found a version of it. I don't know if it's the one I remember, but might be. Oops. Yeah, I think the theme really did do a massive amount of that. Cause it I don't know, it's just got this beat, you're just like, yeah, 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 one more block. It's just fun. It's a fun beat. Just a fun fucking beat. And sometimes that's all you need. Also goes to show just, like, the impact of having a couple good songs in a game, like, proper ones, rather than just, like, background noise for, like, an epic moment in a, like, section or something, and how much power that can add to it. It definitely does a lot. Electro songs has the epicness. I actually haven't like really listened to the Electro soundtrack almost at all, because I think I just had the game mostly on mute when I was playing. That's 5 songs. Ah, okay. As the top video game traps? Maybe. Maybe. Bum 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 bum. Not the beat I remember yet. We'll see. I'm assuming there's a drop after the next cycle. At least I would think there would be. It's a tease, yeah, okay. I'm gonna say. That seems like the beginning of it. Normally, they have a little bit more girth to them. No, this isn't the one I'm thinking about. It's not this one. The one I'm thinking about was more doofy. Then again, like I said, there's so many of them, it's extremely difficult to find which one's which. A very, very heavily remixed song. The old Tetris beeps and boops. A way to describe music. Yeah, there goes beeps and boops, and it's kind of doofy sometimes. You're like, what in the fuck are you talking about? You know, doofy. Just that type of music. Was it a Scooter one? Scooter have a remix? It might be Scooter's then, if he's got one. Because I think he does, doesn't he? That does sound familiar. Jump style? It might have been jump style as well. I don't know, it's been so long since I heard it. Flashing darts can now be imbued. Huh. 4% of damage dealt to you is dealt to your mana instead of your life. That's a weird single effect. Do 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 do. 16 years ago. Scooter. Guys with the reinforce. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is closer to what I'm thinking. This is definitely closer to what I was thinking. Do 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 do. But it's still not this one. I don't know. Like I said, I can't remember what the hell I'm thinking about anymore. They all run together. They all become one amorphous blob. The hell was that? Huh. Okay, can you be reinforced? Yes. Yes, you can. Do 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 do. Top end is at 50k now. And we got 16k of HP. It's going up. It's going up. Okay. Back to Slorm templing. Yes. Slorm temple it up. So, 2 dungeon run. Okay. Yeah, it's slowly speeding up. And the deeper I go, the faster I can get more Slorm from the floors, so. A bit more poop. Which one is it? I don't think it's that one. Welcome. No, that's like way too doofy. Not that one. One of the most influential names in music is Black Coffee? Look, I know we like coffee and all, but I didn't know it made music as well. And again, maybe that's how that one scene in the Family Guy was filmed. Everyone just had coffee and then they went to the toilets and made some music. I get it. I get it. Goofy. $16k of HP. We're just walking. What's my 1.4k of life regen a second? Slightly under 10%. Okay. There's the exhaling part. You got there. Okay, I probably will level this up to like 100, and then going beyond that feels like it's not worth it at this moment. Just because I don't get that much Slorm per floor. So it's better to go deeper in, that way I get more. Because otherwise right now it would take 60 floors to get it maxed out. Which, I mean, yeah, fair enough. The faster I max it, the less dungeons I have to do, but don't know if it feels good to do that. Need more Slorm. Though, either way, I guess I do need to go pretty deep in to maximize the pure stat crit, so, or pure stat node. So we definitely need to max that out. That way we can start getting some Warlords upgrades. What the hell? What is it? Hard base. Hell yeah. If you bust this out, you know it's gonna be a good night. Hell yeah. You know you're having a good night. I mean, yeah. Like, legit. I don't mind this. It's so fucking chaotic, but I like it. That is chaos. Absolute chaos, but hey. Why not? Racing in a hell yeah, what? Especially if it had a bit of drifting in it. Totally would fit in. Right on the themes. Man, the weirdest crossovers that people make when giving creative freedom, they're like, you know what, I like this thing and that thing. What if I made those things into one thing? They didn't ask if they should. They just said that they could. And then they did. What? Tetris? There's the same thing, but Tetris Eurobeat. What is this? What is this gonna sound like? I like that. Yeah, it was, yep. This is just madness. Judging from the fact that they both use the same, like, character, that must be some kind of thing. I do not know enough about whatever this environment is being made in. It's base. Okay. When it wasn't DDR, it kind of does, yeah. Someone's grip in the back to fucking keep up with this. The towel is gonna be needed. Right, dancing on the pad. Probably. Oh my god, that's one thing. If I do move out into my own place and I don't have anyone downstairs, I will straight up buy a DDR pad. Like a proper one. It'd be so fun to have one in that, like, in the house. That'd be fucking baller. Who's there? Alice, the ghost who lives in my walls. The pollen one. With the bars. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, if it's a good one. Do 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 do. Yeah, I would totally get one. It'd be cool to have one. Nice workout. Busting out a couple songs every day. Get the cardio. Into those. That's actually a pretty good song. Weird crossover with other things combined. Okay. The mats. This one. Yeah. 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 I mean, honestly, yeah, it's not a horrible price for like what I've seen them previously. Panel customizations. Slap your waifu on there. Step on their face. I don't know. They might like that. We're playing DDR. No, I was talking about that song. Sounded like DDR. Yeah, no, I know about step menu. And all that stuff. But yeah, I'm not in a position right now where I could even think about that. Maybe someday. Once my game takes off and I have plenty of freedom of dicking around doing what I want to do. Buy myself a shack in the woods that I can live in by myself. And take out the kitchen. Put in a DDR pad. Yeah, that's all I figured as much. Cause yeah, this room, yeah, not exactly a lot of space in here. Right, yeah, they're extremely expensive. So on seconds, damn, okay. Van by the river. As someone who's looked into that life before, I like my building. Now, would I like to own a van I can take down by the river every now and then? Yes. Would I actually want to live in that van? No. I mean, also, yes. I mean, totally for like an IRL streamer, especially if you did it in like a country with like, you know, network infrastructure, you totally could do that. I mean, look at how much Rob CD just bikes around everywhere and just fucking does streams all day, every day from bike back, and it works. So yeah, in some cases it could work. And to kill the tab. You will listen to this. You don't have a choice. Yep. That's just how it goes sometimes. Dude. Bum. 2022. Huh. This one. Ultimately granting you 40% multiplier applied to your rune. It's boosting my critical percent rune. So I have like way more crit multi. His Gallops and his tags. Yep. Yeah, essentially that's what's doing it. My crit chance, my critical strike damage is being mega boosted by it. I figured it fit with this setup okay. So, it's working so far. Because I don't know. I don't know what else I can, like, really get in here. He's a man of the gout. A rich people's disease. Well, at least back in the day. No, nowadays you can get gout otherwise, but back in the day it used to be the rich people's disease. More Pure Slorm. What am I on? Floor 133. Still going. Yeah, this seems like a weird section of the game. The rest of it I kind of get, but this just seems like it's like gated a bit too long. Yeah, I tried. The Black Hole Rune says you can't wear it with the weapon. So it's out. Can't wear them at the same time. Yeah, it's at the bottom. Yeah, it is. It's hard, no doubt. No doubt about that. Here, I think the biggest issue is just how long, like, you need to do that thing. Because, you're in that temple for ages. And it's very simplistic.
Tato King ODII asked me, who is Kasen Tato and why is it a mascot on so many YouTube videos? Kasen Tato is a fictional character from a series of voice synthesizer software commonly associated with the UTAU program. Originally conceived as an April Fool's joke, Tato gained popularity due to her unique design, charming voice, and endearing backstory. As a result, she became a beloved mascot and a recurring presence in fan-made content across various platforms, including many YouTube videos, symbolizing creativity and community within the vocal synthesizer fandom.
Interesting. So it's basically like Miku in that regard then. Beautiful peoples. Okay. That makes sense then. Why she was like on those songs and using that context. Gotcha. Makes sense to me. Does it? Oh, okay. That makes sense. Even more sense. As to why it is. I haven't got there yet on my Japanese lessons. Go through. Hell yeah. What a way to learn a language. From the critically acclaimed masterpiece that is Dragon Guard 3. worse ways, yeah, true. There's always worse ways. I mean, honestly, yeah, if they made remade Dragon Guards, I'd play them again. I don't know if I want to even attempt to go back and try the old ones, but if it was remade, yeah, sure, fuck it. Send it. It makes your eyes hurt. Your eyes hurt. Your eyes hurt. It's infecting you. He saw the kawaii and instantly got hard eyes. Fuck yeah. Deep rhythmic sound. Nice. Yep. Looks like a WordPress blog post. Very readable, understandable. Why desu? Excellence or nothing 5. The hell did I just do? Why am I excellence or nothing? Life leech, 23 crit damage. Movement speed. Near adult skill damage, you have 40 minutes negative retention. I see. What? Weird, it sounds like I have... We should probably focus next gear and crafting on. Yeah, I mean, right now I have like aura, area, life regen, life regen. Same thing, a lot of this is like that kind of stuff. Crit chance there. I have crit chance where I can. That I really need to replace. Crit chance there. Area and stuff. Crit chance there as well. But yeah, I need to basically... Once I get to Warlord gear, I need to like make sure everything is 100% crit chance. And then figure out... Pen's weird because I do like raw... I do skill and elemental half and half. Yeah. I need to get it on like a better section of it, yeah. But I don't know where to get the rest of the stats in. But yeah, well, I'll see. I don't know what else I need, like what I need on my gear, so we'll see. I just gotta look. 11 as a base, okay. Got it. Yeah, I'll once I start getting the next gear, that's the main focus. Definitely. When you're doing the warlord stuff, do you pay Slorm or do you get Slorm? I actually don't know. I didn't look. Game is pretty fun. Slorming it up. Watching balls go everywhere. The usual. Good times. I don't. Yeah. Let me look. Because I mean, theoretically, technically, if it doesn't cost Slorm, it's still worth running if you can get Slorm from it. But if it costs Slorm, then yeah, you gotta max first and then go for Slorm or Warlord. Slorm. Let's see. Nether charge is multiplied and increases your chance to find nether equipment when defeating warlords. Your nether charge is consumed whenever you find nether equipment at the warlord chest. When you complete another expenditure, you gain +3 charge. When you complete a primordial, +15. Okay. It doesn't cost anything to come into here. Okay. And saying it's T5, it's weaker than Worlds offer 3 items, and you can pay 100k Slorm for each item. Item 1 time to relift it for item. Huh, okay. Just close enough breaches. Okay. So do you get... I haven't gotten... Okay, so this doesn't give you... Doesn't give you any Elder Slorm, though. So you are stuck going... dungeoning to get Elder Slorm to upgrade your Pure Slorm from... Or to use Pure Slorm to upgrade your Pure Gear? Okay. Item base mouse go pure. Yeah. I know. I mean, it's easy at least. Way easier than doing Adam was, so. Let's see what I get from doing this. I'm thinking it's still better for me to dungeon until I can get my pure stats maxed out. That way I can get myself better chances of getting good warlord items. So I gotta max that out at some point. I have 3 affixes grafted to them? Huh, okay. Interesting. You do need Pure Slorm. Man, game really loves its desire for Pure Slorm. Okay. And play that correct. Hmm. Okay. Doop 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 doop. Okay. Am I gonna happen? It's just the staff, honestly. Primordial staff of Alpha and Omega. And then I'm using the chest to give myself 50% life lock, and then using air conditioner and elemental aura to give myself 50% mana lock. And then that's it. You just stack crit and walk around. I have no idea if it's actually gonna keep getting and scaling, but that's quite literally all this is. Then my secondary skill, which gets locked, is Rift Nova, so I just scale Rift Nova as high as possible because you don't get to use it, but that's what gives your black holes scaling. So, and then if I need to do damage, I'd put down the Arcane Missile Clone because that can time lock and do time lock stuff, and that, of course, then is boosted by this node. You deal 90% increased damage to enemies affected by time lock. So I just have it there for that. And then the rest of this is literally just defense. Area, tenacity, time lock, arcane area damage reduction, nothing. Nothing really. Resistances, and then I had this, but it doesn't do anything, so. It's just there. It doesn't have like a massive amount of scaling because the balls themselves are indirect damage, so they can't like life leech, life gain on hit, they can't do ancestral crits, they can't have a lot of things that would scale them, I think. They might have some that I don't know about yet, but it's at least working thus far. And I am very much attempting things. So that's what I got. I spawn, and I did another world. Wow, that got me like nothing. So that's the nether charges then? Okay. As in that's the one I did. Okay. Yeah, no, realistically at this point then, yeah, Slorm Temple is where I still need to be. Because I do want to max that out before I worry about getting Warlord gear. That way I can at least guarantee to have like better pure gear. Right, exactly, yeah. Upgrades we go. Or other upgrades first. Yeah, yeah. It just takes so long, to be honest. It's just one of those things where you're like, oh, alright. Grind this out. Linux. Just a bit of a grind, this one. Could use, like, double or triple the pure Slorm rate. Right, yeah, I realize that. I can still stagger, which might be better for me than taking the hit right away, but yeah. Yeah, like I literally can't switch off the weapon without turning my build off. Which is kind of the crap part. My weapon is my build. Do 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 do. Do do do. Bum, 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 ba-da-dum. Keep going. Just keep walking. Yeah, I definitely need better crit rate. Not being 100% is definitely hurting my damage when it's such a big part of how I'm doing damage. Being able to scale damage. So I just have to find better items to do shit with. Find some better bases, craft some better things, get more crit. Try to see if I can max crit out, and then go from there. I have to give myself more time soon, because just walking to the end, even though I'm one-shotting everything, it seems to be taking longer than the stage is giving me naturally. Which does mean that each one of these stages is starting to take like 2 minutes. Yeesh. Oh, it was horrible, yeah. I was driving back home and just listening to it. On the old speakerphone there. I was like, wow. Nothing is happening. Like a movement speed's doing that? Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. I might just need to get more movement speed. Worst price in 3 years. Yeah, it was pretty awful. I did like fucking Russell being like, yeah, I'll take the fucking penalty. I'm gonna cut the corner now. He was just like, he was so done being stuck. He was just like, ah, fuck it. Fuck this chicane, I'm going around. I was like, alright, yeah, fair enough. I don't blame him. Truck explodes while hauling propane and propane accessories? The fuck? Whoa. The hell? It's like he's losing control before the explosion. Like he's swerving already before the thing goes boom. Damn! It's him. It's him. Yeah. Yeah. I think he's speeding, freaking out, pressing the brake, and then it goes boom. I wonder. How's the spark inside? I mean, he could have started losing conscience, yeah, if it was leaking that hard. Yeah, true. Because I was wondering if, like, if it was like speeding, smashing the brake, and one of the tanks like loosened or like sent flying forward, and then that's what caused it to go boom. Propane brake spark, yeah. I mean, it's possible, yeah. It doesn't take a lot to like ignite propane, especially if there's a fuck ton of it. But damn, like insane that living that. Because that is definitely something that I would not expect someone to live from. Not a normally livable thing, I'd say. Oh, damn. Propane and propane accessories don't propane around. Right, yeah, the back, yeah. True, yeah, they're also pretty weak, so it's not like it, like, pushed forward. It would have been just, the walls would disappear and then that's it. So, yeah. Yeah, fair enough. If he was in, like, you know, a more sturdy car, it might have channeled forward. Good for him. Lucky he gets to keep on kicking. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of places that could have gone way worse. Way fucking worse. I mean, hell, just the fact that he wasn't passing anybody when it happened. Like, if there was somebody on the other lane at the exact same moment, that itself would have already been extremely dangerous. So, yeah. Was rendered unlivable? Damn, the fuck? The hell happened to it? Just the wall disappear? Pushed in by 2 feet. Holy shit. That's some force. Like, actually just structural. What a thing to explain to the insurance company. Yeah, so it was a nice Saturday morning. I was having a cup of coffee, and then a propane tank exploded outside, sending a wall towards my wall, and that wall pushed out the side wall, and now I don't have a wall anymore, so the house is no longer livable. Like, what? That would be quite the, I am propane beams. Did you do it on purpose? Like, what the? Propane. Oh. Propane delivery. Nope. Yeah, it turns out, delivering gas in normal cars is, yeah, somewhat terrifying. Who could have guessed? Damn it, Bobby. Would be fitting. No. He'd know how to handle. He'd know how to handle his propane and propane accessories. We would not be having this conversation if Bobby was involved. That's a nice tank of propane right there. Did I just lose HP? Oh, because I took the points out of the first ones and put them on the second one. To boost up the movement speed a bit. That explains it. She was bad in listening evasion. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. So, yeah. I think it's just stack HP and fucking armor and regen and hope for the best. Hope for the best. Oh, I just like get invasion on top of what I have. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's still the play there. We'll see. I guess it's just gonna come down to yeah, what I can fit where. It's not like my gear has a lot of stuff it needs on it, given the fact that I can't scale this thing that many ways. Boost evasion on rings. Okay. 100k if you didn't need the chest. Okay. Yeah, the chest is sadly what it is. I can't get rid of it. I gotta get that life lock somehow. And there's not exactly enough options. Not a whole lot of options. It is kind of funny how the chest works. Because, like, I go from 22k of HP, 31, and then down to 15. But yeah, I mean, I could use it to get this thing. Instead. 17 all damage reduction. Yeah. Maybe. If I need to. It's a possibility to swap that way. We'll see. It'll depend on how it looks at that point in time. Because it also depends on how much I lose from the rest of the... Well, it's not that much. I can still get the mana stuff. HP goes pretty low though without this is my reservation then. I lose another 4k HP. Not the end of the world, but just a noticeable loss. Yep, I'm at 4.1 right now. Just keep going. Just gotta keep fucking rolling. Scrapping right now, I believe, on auto. I could probably switch over to gold. I just ate my mana. Way too many fries. Yeah. I'll switch to gold. Switch to gold for a while. See if the number goes up. Do I have to change them on all things? No, it's all. Okay. Yeah, yeah. If I end up finding a pair, I'll work on them. Otherwise, I have to do the rolls on them, try to force it to happen. We'll see how it goes. Your first brother, just to have it helps that much. Yeah, no, I can imagine. I'm sure I've left a lot of stuff on the ground because I just haven't been in range, and I haven't bothered to wiggle around enough to get it all back. Would not surprise me at all. Right, yeah. Get a little bit of everything going. Ah, okay. What's this one do? Crit strike chance is set to 11.5. Wow, that's shit. Floor 141. coffee. Do, do, do. I think what sucks about this the most is the fact that the gear doesn't scale with you. So like all of this stuff is, as you go through here, essentially nothing. You literally do just have to do this until you can catch back up to where you're supposed to be. Just to generate pure Slorm along the way. I think critically speaking, this is probably the weakest part of the game so far for me. Is this specifically this Elder Tower thing? Because I think it's like the most repetitive thing you have to do, and you have to essentially do it. Like, I don't know, maybe I was supposed to do this more on the way up through Adam and before the Warlords, but even then, I don't know. This feels like a weird, slightly elongated grind section of the game where the pacing just feels a bit off. Metal sounds. I'm getting what, 340 pure Slorm for 4 completion. Yeah, I'm gonna have to start adding time to the timer. Be able to make sure I have enough. Otherwise, I'm gonna start slowly running out of time to do these. Though, realistically, a couple upgrades, maybe. It's just damage as well. Some of the rares are starting to stick around for a sec, but that, of course, will slow it down. Now 253 pure Slorm. Alright, 2 more floors. That'll take me to 145. I'll do another dungeon round and then pop back in. Mm-hmm. Wow. Getting too used to the sound. Wow. Thankfully it's not sharp. Okay, it's not that bad. I still got like 47 seconds at the end of the round. That's good. Okay, what can I level up now? There we go. I really don't need to see all epics anymore. Yeah, I can scrap them. I can scrap the ones that are not highlighted. Peace, love, and rock and roll. Yado. What's my Finnish brethren have? Alright, let's go through. Some stuff can't be reinforced. Some stuff is not ready yet. Boost that back up. There we go. Scrap a bunch of this stuff that we don't need. Nope. Nope. And onwards. What's the difference between these two? 40% more Slorm, but double the HP. Nah. Not worth it. Not until I double my damage. Do. I'm at 10, 9 floors for 2 bosses, about a 5k order. 5k on, okay. I mean, that's pretty good then. Like, the multiplier is definitely worth it then. It does speed it up if you are able to push it. But yeah, you definitely need to be able to push the multiplier higher and higher then. You probably have like way more damage than I do with the way that you can scale. My scaling is limited. We're too high. Nice. Yeah, it's a very different scaling than I have. Right, yeah. No, I'm not like surprised that where I am right now in that regard, true. Just I have to look at my options slightly differently because I need to make sure I'm doing the best I can with what I've currently got. That's fine. We're still making progress. Getting levels, getting stuff. I mean, a big thing will be like once I can get a couple, you know, like if I can get some pure crits where they're just like boosted, then yeah, that'll be pretty huge. I mean, realistic at this point, any pures are good for me. Oh, weird. Huh. Are there like zone modifiers for stats? I saw some in the warlord section, but I don't know if there's anything else that modifies stuff like that, or is it like based on different wrath levels or something? Because that's odd. Unknown temple gain 2% crit. Huh. Oh, isn't one of the things from the bottom row like you gain crit for movement or something? Is it that? Yeah. That's what it is. It's the gain crit till you crit. Because I have that now for a little, but like I'm constantly proccing it, so it essentially just doesn't do anything for me, but I have a little bit more movement speed. Do. Just standing around, waiting for things to spawn. The ultimate righteous fire build. Except not righteous fire. 64. Surprisingly, not that much higher than mine then. I figured you would have had a. No, wait, no, mine's conditional as well, isn't it? Yeah, the 48 that I sometimes see that's conditional. With other stuff going on, right? I don't know what the hell my actual crit is, never mind. I think my actual is like 33, so it's half yours. You said 2 bosses was 5k. Let's see how much I get from 2 bosses. Looks like I'm gonna get like maybe 3k from 2 bosses. So there is a pretty sizable difference then. On the torment scaling. Oh really? Huh, okay. That could probably be why then. You get more elites, thus you get more chances to get the node to drop from them as well. Yeah, fair enough. Could be that the 40% multiplier is a bit more impactful. Purple things? Damn, okay. Yeah, maybe. Maybe you really should just do like as high of a torment as you possibly can. Well, within reason of speed, I guess. I could probably go 1 more up myself. I think 2 more is too high. But this is at a pace where it's like I can just walk, which I think is like exactly where you want to be. Oops of the unyielding. It also feels like it really depends on layout. Like some layouts are just gonna give you way more than others. Sometimes I feel like I think it was the school layout, library layout. It gives you very little. And that could be just I got very little on one run and it's stuck in my head that that was the case. Can't be for sure. Could be just me noticing it bias. Yeah, so I got about half of you then. That's 2,500 or so at the end of this run. Yeah, 2,500. 2,500 from that. Right, that's also part of it, yeah. Tenacity multiplier. Interesting. I mean, that's maxed out tenacity if I wear that. As a boat. 72, yeah. Yep, 100. Save that for later. I don't think I want to roll that right now. I don't think it's that important, but it's not a bad option. Not a bad option. More Slorm, let's go! Slormy Slorm Slorm. Slormy Slorm. Ugh. Fucking Slorm, man. Pure Slorm is... quite the thing. I think it's a great example of one of those things where Slorming's so hard. I think it's a great example of one of those things where, because there's a stat in here that influences how good the gear is from the next place, when the player unlocks the next place, it feels like they don't want to go do it because they feel that their time is better spent if they have this already, because this is such an important part of that gear, that the pacing of finishing this and getting the next thing should kind of be synchronized. That way you feel like you've completed this and you've unlocked the new stuff and you're going into the new thing. Here, unlocking the new thing and then being like, oh, by the way, you gotta do another 200 floors of Slorm Tower, just feels weird. And stacks as well. Wait, what stacks? The pure node multipliers? Yeah, they have a flat chance as well, so yeah, it feels like you really need both, and as a result I feel like you should be ton with the Slorm Tower. Like, right now I'm halfway through, which is crazy. Like, I feel like going into Warlords, I should be done with Slorm Tower. That way I feel like I'm naturally progressing through the steps of the gearing process. Being like extremely overpowered and then just like mindlessly milling your way through this is not exactly where the balance should be. But part of that is the fact that you don't get Elder Slorm in Warlords. So to advance this, you can't go do Warlords. Which is, I think, the biggest problem. If Elder Slorm was dropped in Warlords, you could go do it, maybe get lucky with some gear, probably not, but you'd be advancing both at the same time and doing new content. Because it's only possible to get the stuff from the lower tier, 300 before you slow down, yeah. Yeah, this is a weird section that feels off-timinged from a playing perspective. Where I would like to be doing the new thing, but it is straight up worse for me to go do the new thing without these stats. So I'm doing this thing instead. Doing the Slorman. Or like, you know, floor 200 is the max you have to get to. So it's like 50 more floors, which would be, yeah, fair enough. You like slightly overgrinded this place to get yourself what you needed. Ultimate. Something, yeah. Something that allows you to put it on anything rather than being bound to your weapon as well. Agreed. Because yeah, like if you can't use it as a weapon because you want to, you know, you want to play your build, you want to play the black hole build and do this, and this is how you want to play the game, and you can't take the weapon off, then there's no speeding it up at that point. You can't use the weapon just to slorm it up. Because at that point you're making a whole different build, and that's... You don't want to make it so the player can't play the thing they want to play just because they have to farm. I meant to play melee. You don't have to play melee. But I mean, melee can work. There's nothing wrong with melee. Your friends are all melee. Fuck yeah. Get in there. Swing swords with them. Give it the old heave-ho. Yeah, I guess next floor I get the weapon, but yeah, it's not gonna do shit for me at the moment. Ain't gonna do shit. Can't take off my black holes. Do. I hope I can kill the boss. I should be able to. I just don't know how much his traps are gonna do damage to me. I haven't exactly upgraded that one. No, wait, no, I have. I think I actually did upgrade it to like 30. Let's see, what level did I put it at? Oh no, defense is actually 50. Okay, so that's fine. That's already maxed out. Pure stance 66, and that's 46 out of 200. That one takes a while. Max score takes quite a bit of time to boost. Quite a bit of time to boost. I got one more stone. What's in here? Yep. Yeah, I will be. What's the last one? Floor 150. He spawns and he's nearly dead. Ow. And he's gone. Your staff of the Slorm Keeper. Minion, totem, pure. +1 pure Slorm percent. The attack speed of the mini keeper is equal to yours. I see. You got a tiny little keeper. Okay. I've got the artifacts. I got the 50. What is Stoic Wrath? Your ancestral strike chance is set to 8. I see. That's the last one. Okay. Yeah, I would've liked for that last one to be Slorm. See how much we get with it's probably gonna be the same. It just goes up slowly. I was wondering if there's like maybe, possibly like a big boost that happens here, but I'm assuming the staff is supposed to be what boosts you up. So no real boost availability. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. The Slorm staff is like 150% increased Slorm once you level it up all the way. Which, yeah, does speed this up quite considerably then. If you are one who is able to use it. Bust out cheat engine. Figure out the XID for percent Slorm. Modify it to be the same as the staffs. So I can use the staff while still using my normal staff. Slorm it up. Technically not cheating. Just can't use that weapon. Slorm it the fuck up. $72 pure Slorm. No, I never actually used it in Clear. I didn't bother to worry about it. The only thing I did in there was at the time of farming Clear Obscure in half by putting in the mod for double drops and an XP. Yeah. Essentially the same thing, sure. It's just time savers. Whenever I feel like a game's like, hey, do this thing for X amount of hours, I'm like, Do I get anything to change if I do that? No, you're doing the same thing. It's like, oh. I see. I don't mind grinding something when I feel like something is changing, but when it's like, you know, a non-changeable variable, then it's just how much time am I putting into it. Then it never really feels all that fun to put that grind in. Yeah, exactly. There's like this is it. This is what it is for the Slorm Temple. And the reality is you have to do this for a while. That's why I'm like, I feel like this should be done when you're at like level 200. I mean, honestly, yeah, this is straight up one of those moments where normally you'd put this on the second monitor and you'd grind away, but just walking through these temples. In my case, I am my own primary monitor right now, so. That is just how it goes. But I think, you know, there is something to be said about games like this kind of being heavily focused on that second monitor content almost, where they kind of are balanced around the idea that you will be putting it while you're playing a show. Let's go fishing. Shit, I'd love to go fishing. And I think in some ways it's it does cause issues for a lot of games where do this kind of stuff. Combo eggs bread, you say? Minimize the game into the corner. Put on street food videos. And bust out a move. But it is true. Like where I can 100% see this being the section of the game where it's like, oh yes, the player will now grind while watching Korean street food videos or their favorite VTuber on the second screen. Like, you can tell that this was not set to be the engaging content in the game. This is a purely grind section of the loop. And some people like it, you know, some people do want that as their section, you know, overall, but a deep dish pizza? No. Give me normal pizza. No deep dish. But as someone who wants to see, you know, the character growth of a build and stuff like that, then you end up having lulls in the grind and you're like, ugh. We be grinding. We be grinding, yeah. I think really it is for me, whenever a game slaps down like a meta progression like here, which is what this is, you're upgrading a meta progression, my brain's like, does not enjoy those things. I am not the type of person who likes meta progression. I want things to be what they are and then just kind of flow with that. I don't like the idea of going to this guy and boosting my chance of pure stats by 0.5% every time I level up this skill. Just not to me a thing. Items have a stat on them, that green line called a pure line. That pure line is the highest possible stat line, and this Netherrealm stuff, when you go and do maps in them, they have boosted chance for pure stats and boosted minimum score. But to get the best chance and to get the best gear, you have to do the Slorm Temple to upgrade that green line that I was doing for a better, higher chance and a better, higher roll. But to do that, you can't go do Netherrealm, you have to do Battlefield to get Elder Slorm, to go into Slorm Temple to get this. I mean, the best gear. It's not one. The thing I'm upgrading is the chance for it to drop. Meaning, to not spend hours and hours of grinding a like 0.1% chance to drop on the stat that I need. I need to upgrade it so that it happens more consistently. So that's what I'm doing right now. I am upgrading the chance for a thing to drop in a good stat range. Which is what I said. Meta progression stuff is always, to me, kind of a weird thing. Can we beat the game? Not yet. There are stuff, like, the Warlords is the last section of the game that I know of. There might be more, but it's the one that I see as being the last one. Yeah, essentially you're fishing for pure stats as the base of an item. And if I can either spend time now making it so my bases are higher, or higher chance of getting better bases so that I don't grind as long getting bases, or I can start grinding and really hoping that RNG is in my favor and then get those bases to happen, which is far less likely. So I am better off grinding Slorm Temple to get my base stats high enough so that the Warlord's items are better. So that's where I am right now. I'm grinding that step, which is just the meta progression step. You just have to get the Slorm Temple level, who knows what, and hope for the best. Which is, yeah, kind of a not as interesting aspect of the progression. I think getting Adam down and changing out the tree and stuff like that is like way more interesting and makes actual changes in your character and your building. And I want to get to the step beyond this because I think re-gearing myself and looking for better gear and stuff like that would be fun. It's just like right now I need to do this weird grind that he's put in the middle of this section for somebody. Somebody likes this. I'm assuming the creator of the game likes this step, because otherwise I don't see why he put it in here, but it's just not the step that I'm happy with. Like grinding. Eh, somebody does. Like I said, I'm assuming the creator of the game likes this step, because otherwise it wouldn't be here, right? There would be no reason to randomly put in this unless you just, like, artificially wanted to elongate the duration that people play your game. But judging from the rest of the game, I don't see him being the type of person who wants to do that, because it does seem like the rest of the game's pacing is decently okay. For what it is, it's just this one seems off kilter, at least in my opinion. As a point in the game's progression. But it is what it is. Let me get this grind out of the way and move on to the higher tier content. That's fine. Was it romantic? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. More MS Paint would be good here. I have it open in the background, but I got nothing to paint right now. This is purely a logistical numbers thing. What's up, Zags? Right, exactly, Raj. Yeah, like 100%. I could beat the game without doing this step, but it is a step that exists. And I can only critique it on its existence. Oh, movement speed would be good here. Sorry. I mean, I have what I can get. I could probably get more from maybe changing my ascendancy stuff around a little bit more, but yeah. Not ascendancy, my stats. MS Paint some movement speed? Fuck yeah, I will. Okay, graph nether. Gear MS. Yeah. Maybe I need to do that. More Pure Slorm. So much Pure Slorm. We will see MS Paint builds again. But yeah, it's just the pacing difference, stylistic choice in terms of what I enjoy and what the creator of the game enjoys. Where I think the Slorm, Elder Slorm Tower is just a grind. And that's all there is to it. I'm sure he likes it, and that's okay. I'm glad he's got the game he wanted to make. Reworth ramps are, yeah. That's right now. It's like, yeah, like right now I just got to 150, so I got the staff to like boost up Slorm rate. Problem is, my build requires my staff, so I can't even wear the staff to boost up Slorm rate. So I'm stuck at the old number all the way through, which means that, like, yeah, I'm going to tower 300 to get my scale up all the way. Which is yeah. You think the build's a scam? That's honestly probably a good I can call for it. Yeah, 380 and there's 700, 800 Slorm. Ouch. Just the same difficulty? Yeah. The Elder Slorm Tower is the first thing I've seen in this game that I'm just like, okay, this is the part of the game designed to be second monitor and not actually a primary thing the player is doing. And I wish it was not the case. You could put a 1 in front of the amount of Slorm you're getting, and I think it would be okay. Like, pure Slorm you're getting, and I think it would be okay. Like, straight up. It could have an extra 1 right in front of it, and I think it'd be fine. Or does also okay fest? I mean, yeah, sure. But at least in Forge, you're, you know, somewhat paying attention, looking at stuff, and like choosing the cards and thinking about like what you know. There's some thought process to forging. Elder Slorm is there's no thought process at all. You're like pure Slorming is just fucking walking from waypoint to waypoint. Yeah, Zags. So yeah, I know, like it's just one of it's just the difference in desires issue there, balancing issue. What I would want versus what the creator wants are two different things. And that's okay. Though I will bitch about it. Is it wall touch? I guess we can see. Wall of Omens has reached level 15. Enjoy the badge. Shawarma. Hell yeah. Get myself some pure shawarma. How do I forgot what difficulty I'm in. This is 6, 7? I have no idea what difficulty I'm in right now. I'm thinking. Oh, okay. 17k pure, 160, 180. Yeah, it's... Was that like 25 clicks of some of upgrades? At those prices? A little bit more? Can't remember how much those are priced at. Probably a little bit more. Like 40 clicks. W? No. Oh, which one is it? Ugh. No. That was a horrible emote. That's a horrible emote. I'm used to using it. I'm sorry. It just looks awful. And not in like the good way. Looks awful in like the awful way. Blending. Second best. It's a range of emotions. Schmadge and Pep W. Quite the range. Wait, do we not have Smash? We had Smash. Oh, I was gonna say overview. Okay. What? Everyone loves Smash. Smashiest. Isn't that another one that just like looks bizarre? If I remember what it looks like off the top of my head. Jonathan, I don't need Jonathan as an emote. I definitely don't need Jonathan as an emote. Oh, it's this one, Majesty. Okay, I do remember this one. This one's nice. Sure. That one is clean. His Majesty. Do these floors, go back to Pure Slorman. Make upgrades to my meta progression. Keep rolling. You should listen to me. Indeed. Just think about what the world would be if we listened to His Majesty. Truly, a different life would be led by all subjects of this majestic kingdom. Lead. Not that type of lead. No, I don't know. Depends on where you are, I guess. Maybe that type of lead. Mine must be sweeter. Hell yeah. Nothing like a bit of lead to really spruce up the wine. Some people even get it in their pipes. Think of the value. What? Nothing spawned out of that portal, what the hell? That was weird. Or then it spawned so quickly and died. Like, stepped over, I was like, where's the mobs? Okay. Negotiating with crows. What the hell does that mean? Achievement. Talk to the birds. Oh, is that what it was? Okay, that explains why. I was like, what? Nothing spawned. That would explain it. When are you successfully? No. 8.4 max life, elemental damage max life. Lead damage reduction. Pierce chance. Okay. Slorm. Almost like, I wish you could, like, I don't know, boost this somehow, like pay more or something. I wish there was some way to do something about how this goes. Because the speed of difficulty advancement in this place and the speed of gains is very linear. Not having anything the player is able to do to change the pacing is certainly a choice. Just seeing if I can stand still in the middle of the thing. I can just like stand there, walk to the next one, stand there. Ow. Okay, that beam does hurt enough that I have to move. Just barely. If I had to tank it long enough, my attacks stop happening. Which is a bit of a problem. $336 Slorm. More Slorm to go. Actually, you know what? I'm also kind of surprised that it takes a resource to come into the tower to go up a level. Because I mean that kind of also is what's elongating the grind. Is the need to have Elder Slorm to go into here when this is so like paced at a specific difficulty curve that you then need to go and get Elder Slorm to like advance is kind of probably what makes it feels odd, because you can't just go until you know, dead end in terms of difficulty. You keep being pulled out of here. It's a far more to go deeper more, so maybe if it didn't have the cost to enter associated with it, it would be okay. Maybe it is a cost entry issue. The cost. Well, it's like, what I'm saying is like, if you could just keep going in here rather than coming out, like, you know, not having to come out of this place. That way you actually get to where you're difficulty wise supposed to be by just bookending yourself. Right, yeah. But it's still coming out of here to go do that to come back into here. I don't know. Just one of those things where trying to figure out what it is about this place that makes me go meh. That way I have an idea in my head as to my own idea of why it would feel I mean, yeah, true. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out what it is. What specifically about this situation would make me see it differently? Yeah, what is the gameplay perspective as to why it feels the way it does? D5 in me. You have team map DPS. Yeah, kind of. It is that thing of like you're stuck not where you need like where you feel like your build needs to be at that moment in time. It's just like a artificial hurdle. Jen's trying to reason out in my head so I don't do the same thing in my own game. I'd always make it so that, you know, you're advancing towards something that's keeping the pacing. That's the important part. Making sure the pacing stays good. A repetition. Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, Po 1's campaign is where you build a build, in my opinion. Like, well, that's where you start making it for a lot of things. So the campaign is just a backdrop for where that's happening. Whether that be dungeons or whatever. I think Po 2 has a bigger problem with it because the build starts coming in, you know, later. It takes longer to get to the building of the build. Unless it's like a 68 item, yeah, in which case, yeah, you just have to run through, but like... Yeah, it's just the pacing thing, like in all senses, it's... And yeah, if you're not a builder and you just want to get to the point where you are playing your build, then yeah, it is just an artificial hurdle in the way before you get to do the thing that you want to do. Without a doubt. It's... Like, I think one game that does it decently well is like, to like a minimal degree, but for what it can do in that game is Slay the Spire, where when you start a new run, you have the option to give up your inherent relic to get like a random relic, which can like spice it up and give you the ability to like start thinking about things differently from the very beginning of a run. And it's like, yeah, sometimes you just get something shit and unfair, and or you get something that's a little bit, you know, overpowered, and you can really go into it. But like in a certain way, that makes it interesting on a new run. From the very get-go, getting something that you would only be getting on later on in the run. And I think that's an interesting way of making new runs that feel new every single time. But it's very difficult to do it in like every game, right? Like you can't implement that to the same level. Unless you have like level scaling uniques or something like that in Path of Exile, which Onigroshi is an example of one of those. It was unbearable solo. Yeesh. Yeah. Yeah, it is depending on a lot of factors, you know, a lot of that's going to be different, you know. Same with something like this, like if you were a group of friends shooting the shit, you know, doing what you're doing, kind of what I'm using chat for here. It does make a lot of this stuff like, you know, it's background noise. It's something you're doing while, you know, like I said, you're watching a show or whatever, because you don't really have to pay attention to this. But at the same time, like, is that necessarily how you should look to design a aspect of a game? Questionable. Questionable in that regard. Time? Look at the time. It's time to bust a rhyme. No, actually, I probably do actually need to go get food. I'm pretty hungry right now. And the stupid weather is maybe making me have a headache, but probably not. It's nut busting time. That's a different type of time. But you know what? You're right. Anyway, not bad. We beat this guy. Now we gotta do all these things to get this stick. Sandwich goes in mouth? You know it. Actually, I have a mango waiting for me. Left the house, got sick. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. When do I not? But yeah, hopefully not too bad this time. I don't think I'm sick. I think it's the weather going from rain to not rain to all that stuff back and forth is probably giving me a slight headache, which is making me hungry at the same time. So I gotta get myself some food, some sleep, work on my game, come back tomorrow, and we'll Slorm grind it up. I might do a bit more Slorm grinding off stream, so just do the thing that's AFKable, essentially walk through the temple over and over again while I'm eating. So if I come back tomorrow and I'm higher level in the Slorming lands, that's why. But yeah, continue on with the old Path of Exile hype. Now that we got pausing in the game, we can always run around when the meteors start dropping with the game paused and wonder what the fuck is going on. So that's kind of cool. And yeah, other than that, it's good shit. Hope you guys had a good weekend. If you're American, hopefully you have a good Memorial Day off if you're one of those. If not, yep, we got pause. We're getting the backported pause function, which will be cool. Except not on bosses. If it has a debuff icon for it can't be paused, then no boss pausing for you. You still get flatlined, but yeah, we get pausing. Backported in. Good shit. Good shit. CM Tater Goops, thank you so much for the bits, resubs, appreciate that. And yeah. Romantic, XLX, Zags, Chambers, Viraj. Y'all have yourself a fun one. Tatos. Y'all enjoy. Goobs cousins. Enjoy. I'm gonna get myself out of here before I ramble too much and get some sleep. I'm actually really tired. I don't know why. Peace out, Nieces. I just realized like 10 minutes ago I'm like really tired, so I'm gonna get some quick food and get a whole lot of sleep. I'll see you guys tomorrow.